Full day and evening, 71 degrees here in America's finest city. And we're set to go. The Padres back home after that rigorous 10-game road trip. They split the 10, 5-5 against the Phillies, who are a much improved ball club. They had the worst record in Major League Baseball at the All-Star break, but since they're 13-5. That's a beautiful trophy, Ron Fowler. That'll find a very special place in my den.
Well, a job well done by the Padre organization. And once again, it never gets old, Dick. Congratulations from all of us.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Fowler, the Padres do a nice job. And a nice job on all the messages from the Hall of Famers.
Man, I got to get a copy of that.
Beautiful. Beautiful words from Vin Scully, Bob Uecker, Bob Costas.
You notice they had to cut Bob Uecker's out. There was a middle part of that I guess didn't play quite so sincerely as all the rest. Well, it's how blessed we are. You know, you say it often, and I do too. We're living the dream.
Yeah.
At our age, we're living the dream, and it was exactly that in Cooperstown. People say, well, was it all you expected? All you expected. It would be what I expected was home plate to the pitcher's mound. It was upper deck right field.
Right.
It was glorious.
And I think your words down there said it all, because the way you go about your business, you have a passion for the game, like the San Diego fans, like Tony Gwynn played for the game. And I think that resonates to everybody that was watching on TV and here at Petco Park. We love the game. This is our passion, and we are very, very fortunate to come to a big league ball game and have some fun doing it.
Get to sit with a good pal that knows the game inside out, have the best seat in the house.
Doesn't get much better.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I cannot recommend enough any of you that ever have the opportunity to be in New York, whether it's the induction ceremony or any other time of the year, go to the Cooperstown Museum. It is, well, you can spend a week in there and not see it all. Here we go. Let's get the Padres back on the winning track here as they take the field and honor our finest here in San Diego. And the Philadelphia Phillies will line up this way, brought to you by Hyundai. And it's a rebuilt Phillies team with Utley back from the DL list. He's been out of commission for more than a month with an ankle, but he's got other problems too. Herrera and Franco, two youngsters, are having terrific seasons for Philadelphia. The veteran Ryan Howard hits cleanup, then Dominic Brown. Freddie Galvis at 272 and has 100 hits. Cody Ashe is in left field. Cameron Rupp behind the plate. And a rookie, he was the #1 draft pick of the Phils, Aaron Nola on the mound.
And the scouting report for right-handed veteran James Shields is brought to you by the Tilted Kilt. Well, we know that James Shields is a pedal-to-the-metal type guy. He leaves it all out there, and he's tough when the pressure is on. Runners in scoring position, he finds some way to get out of a jam. Hopefully he avoids those jams tonight.
And he likes pitching on the mound here at Petco. He's 4-1 here at home with a 2.47 ERA, averaging more than 10.5 strikeouts per game. And here's the Padres defense, brought to you tonight by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Upton and Upton in left and center with Kemp and right. Double play combination of Amarista at short, Jerko at second. Solarte at third. He had his 11-game hitting streak snapped yesterday. Alonso, the first baseman. Derek Norris behind the plate for right-hander James Shields, who seeks his 9th win of the season. Well, the Phils at the trading deadline traded Cole Hamels, their brilliant left-hander, to Texas, and Ben Revere, another solid player, to Toronto. But they're filling the gaps with some good young talent as we look at the umpires tonight. Estabrook behind the plate with Nert and Blakeney and Demuth on the bases.
Oh, there's a familiar face, Larry Boa, the bench coach for Pete Mackanin, who took over for Ryan Sandberg. San Diego ties. Managed these Padres back in the late 80s. Pete Mackanin, the third season as manager. He's managed before in interim cases in the overall 69 and 72.
Pirates and the Reds. He filled in and qualified to be a skipper, and in a way this is his audition with the Phillies, and if they like what they see, he continues on next year. Ready to go. Perfect night for baseball. And the Padres and Phils engage in the first of 3. Chase Utley will lead it off, the second baseman. His average not anywhere close to what you expect from Utley. It's been a season battling various injuries, back, ankle, knees, but he's back in duty tonight. And we're set to go. He's greeted by a shifting defense, 3 on the right side, and the first pitch from Shields is outside, ball 1. Oh, good to be home, isn't it?
It sure is. Felt like a month on the road.
Wasn't it?
It was half a month for you.
It really was. Utley sends it off third. Solarte will give it a look and can't reach in that far. Whoa, the youngster is protected by his dad. Another comes up with the ball. Padres open tonight, 10.5 behind the Dodgers. Those Mets are winning again tonight. They haven't lost since the Padres beat them in that rainstorm in New York.
That's what good pitching will do to you. Some timely hitting. We saw what Lucas Duda did to the Padres.
Outside, 2-1. Three with the Phils. Then the Reds come to town Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Just a 6-game homestand. Two and two.
And I think you could see Chase Utley. I mean, let's face it, this guy's had one heck of a career. Signing back in the early days with the Phillies back in 2000. Finally made it to the big leagues in 2003 quickly. But, you know, the poll's a little slower. And you see in his 13th season some good numbers. 281, very reliable second baseman. On base percentage this year, though, because of the injuries, low in the 270s.
But his profile features 6 All-Star teams, 4 times the National League Silver Slugger at second base. 2-2. Strike 3 called. Frozen on that pitch. And Shields, who is averaging, as we said, 10.6 strikeouts per 9 innings here at Petco, gets his first tonight.
Looks like James Shields freezes him on the backdoor slider or cutter. Watch him get on top here. It's very key. Stay on top of that baseball, not work around it. Well, taking his eyes, taking a look over here. Hey, James, how you doing? Hey, you're about to strike the guy out. And he freezes Utley right on the outside corner.
Odubel Herrera, they're pumping his talent for Rookie of the Year, and he's got some credentials that might just earn him that. He's batting .288, 5 home runs, 29 runs batted in, but perhaps not as impressive as the man who follows, Maikel Franco. One and one. He was a Rule 5 pick out of the Rangers organization by Philadelphia. One of many Venezuelans on the 25-man roster for Philadelphia. Boy, that country just produced loads of great major league talent.
There's a place where if you get a chance to go down and watch some winter ball, down in Dominican, down in Puerto Rico, some good talent down there.
Herrera's in the midst of a 9-game hitting streak.
Side by side, bench coach Dave Roberts and interim manager Pat Murphy, always exchanging thoughts.
And Shields falls behind 3-1. But don't forget, tomorrow night, fans, is a very special evening of baseball because it'll be preceded by the induction into the San Diego Padres Hall of Fame with 2 of the greats of yesteryear with San Diego, Gary Templeton and Benito Santiago. 3-1.
Talk about being strong up the middle. Santiago catching and Templeton shortstop. As you take a look at the first inning, last 10 games for the Padres starters collectively. This is where you need a quick inning and to throw up a 0. But the last 10 games above 11 ERA. Opponents hitting .422.
In the last 7 starts, however, although he's 2-5, his ERA is 2.5. Swing and a miss on a changeup. A couple of strikeouts for Shields to open the action.
Well, James Shields is looking at those numbers and saying, I got those numbers for you. I've got 2 strikeouts, one with the backdoor slider and one with the changeup to Herrera. That change up looking like the fast. Look at the ball finally comes into the hitting area as the barrel of the bat is way out in front of his body.
And had he taken the pitch, it would have been strike 3 as well. Perfectly thrown. Here's Maikel Franco. 286 his average. Shift on. 12 home runs and 47 runs batted in. Boy, talk about a bargain. They signed him out of the Dominican Republic for $100,000, and he looks to have a tremendous future.
And this kid swings the bat like there's no tomorrow.
And he belts that one to center. That chases Melvin Upton back. He's got room, and the inning is over. 1-2-3. The Phillies story in the first. The Padres will come up in the home half of the first inning. Alexi Amarista to lead it off. To even be considered on the same list or in the same sentence, I mean, it's an ultimate honor.
My dream has taken me to a great place, the Ford Frick Award in baseball's Hall of Fame. Oh, doctor, oh my, and how about that?
Yeah, that was very special that Joe Morgan would present me. Joe could barely move around the hotel. He's had a serious knee replacement and really is hobbled, and word was that he just isn't going to be able to make it. But a gamer, he came out there with his cane, and that's why I got emotional right off the bat. Tom Gage's speech was so terrific, and then Joe Morgan there, and I thought I'd be strong off the top, not emotional. Padres with Amarista leading off against Aaron Nola. What do you know about Nola, this right-hander?
Well, this kid has got something going special. He's got an opportunity, that is. With all the things and all the changes for the Phillies, opportunity comes a knocking for a lot of youngsters. Big frame.
Amarista skies one to left. Ashe with the catch and one away. And the Padres lineup brought to you by Toyota. After Amarista, it's Solarte, then Kemp and Upton. Alonso bats fifth. Jedrick going the sixth slot. Norris seventh. Melvin Upton, a home run yesterday in Milwaukee, and James Shields.
Well, Aaron Nola, boy, you talk about the fast track to the big leagues. Here's the scouting report. He is a strike thrower, and that's a good thing. That's one of the keys why the success of the Phillies lately has been so good. And difficulty with off speed for strikes, so we're going to keep an eye on that. His breaking ball, can he throw them for strikes?
Solarte, who usually takes a pitch, does there. Batting .266. Longest hitting streak of any Padre came to an end yesterday at 11 in a row. That's in there, 1-1.
Long and lanky, the right-hander.
Yeah, they say 6'2", 200. He looks a lot taller than that.
He most certainly does, doesn't he?
LSU. Bayou Tiger, and drafted in the first round, 7th overall last year. So just a half a year minor league ball and a couple of months this year, and they call him up. He's 2-1. High fly ball. Herrera easing into left center for the catch. 2 away. And a check of the Philadelphia defense brought to you by Renovation Realty. Esche, Herrera, Brown left to right in the outfield. Around the horn, Franco, Galvis, Utley, and Howard, veterans on the right side. Rupp behind the plate.
Not really the best defense for Philadelphia. Third most in errors with 72.
Matt Kemp, club leader in hits with 105 and RBIs 59. And he swings at the first pitch, sends a 2-hopper to Franco, and it's a quick, easy inning for Aaron Nola. We go to the second, no score. Brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, the first one has knocked the Phils down a notch. They've been playing good baseball since the All-Star break. Hey, is it a lightning in a bottle situation? Is it all the pressure's off, so the best is coming out? We'll have to wait and see. And get on for Kemp and Upton in that lineup. First inning didn't work that way. Next inning for San Diego will be Upton. Hopefully he can get it going.
So you're saying Amarista and Solardi have to set the table.
Yep.
So James Shields retired the side in order in the first with a couple of strikeouts. Here's big Ryan Howard. His average is down, but his power is still there, leading the club in home runs and RBIs. You make a mistake and he can hit it into the next county.
Yeah, especially the breaking ball, so be very careful. The changeup from James Shields is a very good one. Keeps it down and away, he should be fine.
It'll be popped off third, and again Solarte will run out of room.
He's getting to know those fans down there by name. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you again. Thanks for your support.
And as a pitcher, you didn't get a chance to do that much, but some
backing up third, I did.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I got to know those people quite well over by the third base dugout. Yeah,
they knew when you were coming, right? They heard the sound of the bat against ball. Hey, Mudd's going to be over here. Let's say hi to him. 1 ball, 1 strike to Howard. Line drive, and Kemp. Oh, he tracked it down. That was a laser.
Tough play. First, when you go back to the pitch, that's the changeup I was talking about. Ryan Howard goes down and gets it. This ball is hit well. You can hear the sound of the ball off the bat all the way up here. Now, is this ball knuckling? Any way you look at it, that's a nice battle on that ball struck by Howard, and Kemp wins the war on that one.
Yeah, it's like hitting the ball so hard you flatten it out. That got out there in a hurry. Dominique Brown, the hitter. Dominic very quick to praise his mom, Rosemary, not only because she's the best cook around, but she was a softball player and played catch with her son Dominic until he was 12 years of age. She could handle his stuff.
You know, I always thought that was a bonus for kids growing up because usually dad's going to play catch with you. But, you know, back when I was growing up, dad had a 9-to-5 job and mom was home, you know, making the lunches and everything. So if you had a mom you could play catch with, oh, that's an added bonus.
3-0 to Brown. And green lights. And fouls it back.
What a beautiful night for the family to come out and enjoy a big league ball game down by the dugout, front row.
Crowd still filing in on this Friday, and the count is now full. They had the usual Park in the Park party, and folks enjoyed a cocktail hour. Some of them staying out there and enjoying their view from right center field.
Well, James going 3-0, then all the way back, and then throwing a changeup 3-2. We've said it many times before. That's a pitch that he loves. He'll throw it any time, that changeup.
Struck him out. He was down 3-0 and 4 straight strikes. The last a changeup. Third strikeout for Shields.
Well, we talk about pitching and pitching tendencies. Here's a breakdown on James Shields. We talk about the off-speed pitches, 62% of the time versus lefties. Now, why is that? Because he's got great arm action. That changeup dips down and away, righty against lefty. So then you see that league average at 39%. James is at 61.6. And then the righties, 94 times in 302 plate appearances, 31% of the time. And the league average is 20%. So above average for the guy we got on the hill tonight, James Shields.
The changeup really has become the pitch du jour the last 10 years.
I love the changeup. Remember what the late, great Tony Gwynn always said, the split-fingered fastball and the changeup were the two toughest pitches to hit. Good ones.
Freddie Galvis having a good season, 100 hits to lead the team. And there's 101. Solid single to center with 2 outs here in the second. Will bring up Cody Ashe.
That looked like one of the few fastballs that James Shields threw, and Freddie Galvis stayed on it nicely.
Lots of left-handed bats in that lineup tonight for the Phils, and Ashe hitting .251. Former star at the University of Nebraska. Outstanding student as well, an honor student in economics. Carried a 3.4 GPA. Galvis has 7 stolen bases.
Ashe's one of those valuable players for the Phillies that you can put him in the outfield. He can play different couple positions on the infield. Just a very the adapter, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You can put him in, plug him in certain places, and he'll do a fine job for you.
Mark checking the scoreboard. The Giants were beaten by the Cubs at Wrigley 7-3. Dodgers are in extra innings, tied at 4 in Pittsburgh. Clayton Kershaw pitched in that game in Pittsburgh. You know, he had that consecutive scoreless inning streak going, but it didn't last very long. 37 innings going in. Gregory Polanco, the first man up in the first inning on the first pitch, hit a home run. – 2-0 and 3-0. He fell behind 3-0 to Dominique Brown, and then threw 4 consecutive strikes and struck him out. On deck is Cameron Rupp, the catcher.
And you can see the frustration. James Shields kind of walking around the mound a little bit, collecting his thoughts. I mean, this guy's a gamer out there. He knows what it takes to turn it around. He's got some work to do here to prevent a first and second situation.
Ball 4. Ashe thought he threw a strike there. 4-pitch walk. Well, let's go to Pittsburgh, and here's the first man up, first pitch, and Polanco says, "Hello, Mr. Kershaw." There goes the scoreless streak at 37 in a row.
Dick, you know what I just noticed on that pitch? Location is everything. You got one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. You missed with a pitch. It was down and in. He wanted to start him off down and away, and Polanco dropped the head. It happens to the best of them.
Yep. They're tied at 4 in the 10th now, the Dodgers and the Bucks. Cameron Rupp, .227 average, takes the breaking ball for a strike. He hung that one but got away with it. Sails it out to center field, and Melvin Upton squeezes the final out here in the second. Padres will lead it off with Justin Upton.
Score, and for several starting pitchers, it can take a while to earn your first major league hit, as we saw with Odrisamer Despaigne. It could take until your second season, but for Aaron Nola, it took just his second at bat, a single up the middle. So the guys thought, hey, you're a rookie, we're going to have some fun with you. So we're holding your first hit baseball for ransom. Little sign in the dugout. I think maybe enough cash considerations later he got the ball back. But Mike, you know exactly what that's like. Second at bat, your first hit? No?
No, Chris, you're going to have to go higher than 2 at bats. You're going to have to go like maybe into the 60s.
Really, that long?
Oh, it was terrible. I was terrible at the plate. But no, very creative, some of these guys, what they do. And you know what I love? I love when they throw the ball in and they throw another ball in the stands. And you're thinking, hey, what are you doing? That's great what the Phillies did to Nola. Very funny.
Justin Upton leads off the Padres second and takes a strike. Alonso and then Jerko to follow.
You can see why they like this kid and why he's had the fast track to the big leagues. Two-seam fastball, about 91, 92. He's got a decent breaking ball, which he needs to learn how to throw for strikes more consistently. Good build.
A native of Baton Rouge, Red Stick, Louisiana, and matriculated right there at LSU. It nicked him. Just barely grazed Justin Upton, who will take first base, hit by a pitch.
That's going to happen when a pitcher like Nola has the two-seam fastball and tries to locate inside. So what happens? He's offering at it, but then tries to hold up and gets him right on the forearm. Thank goodness that's flush to the left forearm of Justin Upton.
And it didn't hit flush. It kind of glancing blow. So that's good news. So Padres' best base runner there at first base. He has 17 steals. Yonder Alonso hitting .277. That still is the best of any Padre. There he goes. And the throw is high, and another stolen base for Justin Upton, number 18. That matches his home run total.
Hey, test out Nola. Test out Rupp. Good jump, good speed. The high throw works to the advantage, and I love the pop-up slide. I love the pop-up slide. That ball gets away. Justin Upton can take another 90 feet if possible. And plus, you don't hurt your fingers or your wrist or your hand.
So Alonso a chance to pick up Upton here and give the Padres the early lead. In the 3 losses in Milwaukee that closed out the road trip, the Brewers scored first in each game and took the lead in the first inning in 2 of the 3 games. Interesting little wrap on that right arm. Like a Spider-Man look. Amada shift on. Shortstop Galvis. Now he's moving more into the hole on the left side.
Yeah, there's that hole that way, Dick, and there's a little bit of a hole this way too.
And Alonso hits a lot of balls up the middle when he's going well. That's exactly the lanes that he picks. Bouncer to the right side. Utley makes the play as Upton moves to third. Padres will try to get a run home on the now. Well, here are the Padres that are heating up here in July and August. Camp the last 30 days at home. 23 total bases and 29 at bats, 4th highest in the majors. Last 30 days at home, 4.11 pitches per plate appearance, highest now is the Padres hitters' patience. And last 60 days, 21.9 or 22% success runners in scoring position, lowest in the majors. There's the key.
Yeah, the one thing I like on that little graphic there was the pitches seen per at bat, plate appearance, and then they need to get him in, get him over, get him in.
Phil's infield playing back, so a ground ball will get the run home as Jerko takes a strike, 1-1. Jed with 23 runs batted in.
Hey, just a little game of pepper with Chase Utley at second base, huh? Or Freddie Galvis, get that run home.
Just a nice little controlled swing. You don't need to try to hit it out of the park here. 2-1. 92 on that fastball. What a beautiful ballpark. A great place for you and your family to enjoy a good night's entertainment. 3-1.
That's a good change up there by Nola.
So Jerko's had success with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. Full count.
That's paint right there by the young right-hander. It's exactly where he wanted to put it. When he's on his game, he's going to get a lot of ground balls, a lot of top balls. Hey, and that could spell trouble for Nola, too, because a lot of sinker ballers or two-seamers like that, you top it, it's an infield single, especially with the way the infield's all the way back on the left side.
And he strikes him out. So the Padres will not get a run on and out. 2 away for Derek Norris.
Well, very frustrating. Very frustrating. Had some good pitches to hit, just couldn't put it in play. There's a two-seamer down and away, kind of opening up the front side a little bit. Barrel of the bat, working over the top of that baseball.
Norris with 51 runs batted in, third on the team behind Kemp and Upton. Nice snap on that curveball. And then back with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, almost buggy whips that a little bit.
Absolutely, a lot of good extension from that right arm, and also righty on righty. Well, he's got such tremendous movement. If he can really master that fastball down and away to come back, a la Greg Maddux used to do at 92, 93, watch out.
1-2. Yeah, it's to the advantage, of course, of a young rookie pitcher facing a lineup for the first time. They've not seen him before. They've studied what video is available his previous 3 games. Lays off. 2-2.
Hey, let's go back a pitch. It's a fastball down and away to Derek Norris. Now watch Cameron Rupp. Look at that ball just come back, and look at him stick it there. Leave it there on the outside corner. Extension with the hand, giving a good view to the umpire. Hey, big frame Cameron Rupp. That's the kind of catcher I love to throw to. A guy who will give you a good target and a big frame.
Upton at third. 2-2 now. Norris way outside. A good stop by Rupp. That would have been a run. Melvin Upton to follow Norris. He's consistently each game raising his batting average. Padres with only 2 hits yesterday, but one was his 3rd home run. There's a base hit to right, and in comes Upton to score. The Padres take a 1-0 lead. Norris going the opposite way. First hit, first run of the night for San Diego.
Well, with the 2-seam fastball, the righty peppering away, Derek Norris has got a great way to take this pitch the opposite way. Stayed on it nicely. Here's on the left, out of the hand. This ball leaks middle, and even though it's down the middle, he doesn't try to pull it. Stays inside that baseball, head is down, and rifles that ball. Nice job for the RBI.
So the Padres manufacture a run on a hit batsman, a stolen base, a ground out, and a 2-out single from Norris. And this is Melvin Upton hitting it high into the left field corner, and there's enough room for Ashe to make the catch. Just missed that one. So after 2 at Petco, it's the Padres in front, 1-0. that beautiful lady on the left is my wife Barbara, with Maureen Blackmore, who is the godmother of all 3 of our children. Great friends from Rancho Santa Fe.
Nice.
Wonder if they're watching the game, or that doggone tweet gets them every time, huh? I think she's probably showing off our grandson Archie.
Of course, yeah.
He was the star of the proceedings there on the Cooperstown Saturday, huh?
Cute kid.
Threw a spitter at the camera lens. Yeah. Aaron Nola, 2 for 7, the young former Tiger of LSU. So he not only got a hit in his second at bat, he's picked up another. One and one. Boy, I was just thinking about that, how long that trip was, and as you mentioned, it was a bit longer because the Cooperstown preceded the 10 games. And what we encountered, New York, with the heat, humidity, incredible rainstorm.
Yeah.
Then we go to Miami, and what you would expect, the tropical heat and humidity. Then we go to Milwaukee. It was really beautiful.
That was the saving grace of that whole trip. Beautiful weather in America's Dairyland. Loved it.
But then you come home.
It's the best.
It is the best.
We get off that charter and we step out on that tarmac, and it's like, oh, you want to get down on your hands and knees and kiss the tarmac.
It looks right. It smells right.
Point Loma.
Somebody's got to live here.
Yeah.
And he takes strike 3. For Shields, his 4th strikeout.
Well, it is the pitcher, but it is a breaking ball as well, and it buckles him a little bit. Here's what a James Shields breaking ball looks like. Yeah, pretty tough to hit.
156 strikeouts now for Shields, 3rd best in the National League.
Here comes the 748 from Tulsa.
How do you know? Mr. ETA. One hopper. Jerko able to glove it and throw out Utley. Ball was hit hard. Jerko stayed with it.
And James Shields, credit him for hitting his spot. And the spray chart saying that when the ball is put in play, that's where he hits it. And Jed Jerko was right there.
I mean, you're not that far away from your playing days. Did you have all those spray charts and all that inside information on hitters?
Not as much as information they have today. No, we did not.
Well, look at the balance of his pitching arsenal. You can't really count on any one pitch.
He mixes it up quite well.
Odubel. Herrera struck out swinging the first time. Whoa, watch out. That almost got Shields. How did he get out of the way? A shot right back through the middle. Herrera, 2-out single. That's the second Philadelphia base hit.
Coming in hot. And that was a close one. Hockey suit.
Oh, did that not hit him?
Oh, my goodness gracious. He's very lucky he didn't get that like on the wrist or on an elbow or something like that.
The human reflexes are just a marvel. How something like that, how you're able to avoid being struck. That ball is on you about the, many seconds. I mean, Maikel Franco. Takes strike 1. He fly to center his first time.
This guy has only one swing and one swing only. It's all or nothing. He doesn't have a 2-strike approach. He just sees ball, hits ball, and swings hard.
Strike 2. And you look at the rookie leaders. Chris Bryant tops in RBI, 61. Matt Duffy of the Giants, and Franco is 3rd. Jock Peterson, his RBI totals have fallen off a bit of late. Two-strike pitch. Runner goes. Ground ball to short, and Amarista gloves it, spins, and throws him out. Good play play by the little ninja. They had a little run and hit going, but Amarista able to cover the ground behind the bag and deny Franco. Middle of the third, and the Padres leading it 1-0. Padres, and a product of the 2014 draft. Nola making it to the big leagues in 1 year. Brady Aiken, a local lad, picked first in that draft. And you go down the line, Kyle Schwarber has made the Cubs. He's also jumped from college ball to the big leagues. And Nola there 7.
Yeah, Carlos Rodon with the White Sox moving up quickly. 2014 draft with the White Sox, paying dividends now. Schwarber, a catcher, left-handed hitting catcher, can just hit rockets. My goodness. And then, of course, this kid, the right-hander, Aaron Nola. Good stuff.
So you look at those names and you can understand the scouting departments, they do their work. They know where the super talent is. And when you're picking in that first 15, first round, those are young guys that are going to make it to the big leagues. I mean, that's what you're betting on. And so you better be right in your evaluation process. And you go back to the horrendous mistake the Padres made and have suffered since with the first ever pick. Ground ball left side, gloved by Franco, and James Shields is out 5-3. Matt Bush, local shortstop, and talented, but had other problems. And last we heard, he was incarcerated. And you just can't have a first pick and the very first pick and come away empty. I mean, it's proof there when you look at the kids that were drafted last year. By the way, the Padre draft picks, you know, they're all up in that rookie league up in the Great Northwest. They've been leading the league, so there's some good talent that the Padre scouts selected.
And you know, this day and age, especially if you're drafted at a high pick, if you're doing extremely well the first couple 2-3 years, chances are you're going to be called up to the big leagues. They want you to pay dividends at the big league level. You know, there's a lot of money invested these days, and they want to get you up as quickly as possible, not wasting any bullets in the minor leagues.
Amarista flying to left his first time up. Back caroms perfectly for Amarista. That's a base hit. If Nola lets it go through, it probably would have been an out. Utley was there to cover, but Utley was moving towards second base, and so when he deflected the ball back through the hole, Amarista credited with a base hit.
Well, sometimes you got to be lucky. Nola to his left. Where does it get him? A very catchable ball just off the fingertips of that Wilson A2000.
Brings up Jan Solarte. Fly to center his first at bat. A robust .410 average the last 9 games. With power. It was an interesting statistic. A lot of you folks didn't see the game from Milwaukee yesterday, and good on you. The statistic we had was the players that hit the ball hard,
right,
whether it's a hit or an out, and they record hard hit balls. And you know, you think yourself now, if you don't know the answer already, which player on the Padres roster do you think hits the ball hardest most often?
I remember we talked about, and my first guess was Justin Upton.
Mine too. It was Solarte.
This game of baseball, it'll always keep you guessing, won't it? And when you figure it out, Professor, can you let me know?
Oh, I'm going to write that book. Yeah, when I figure it out, that'll
bestseller?
Be a bestseller.
Yeah.
Oh. Amarista with a safe lead. 3-0.
Kind of got squeezed on that last one, according to Fox Tracks, just at the knees.
So just as a basic rule, doesn't always hold. When you have a left-handed batter up early in an inning, 1 out now, you don't want that runner to steal because you close the hole on the right side. You give Solarte more to shoot at on the right side with the first baseman anchored to hold the runner. Now 3-1.
There's that hole you're talking about on that right side. Now to counter that, Nola's got that 2-seamer, right? If he pounds it away, it's tough for a left-handed hitter like Solarte to try to hit that hole on that right side.
And there it is, right through that hole. Solid single. You'd put that in the hard hit ball category. Ooh, big throw coming in from Brown and right. And Amarista just did dive back. The throw, fortunately, was headed to third base.
Well, when they rate those hits, it's soft, medium, and hard. And this throw in, boy, if you hit the cutoff man, it could be a different story at second base.
Yep. Amarista is having trouble getting back. His momentum is going toward third. How about our Arco top tier player profile? Features Matt Kemp against the Phillies. He's played 48 times against the Philadelphians, and he has hit well. 324 with 8 home runs. Two on, 1 out. Kemp grounded to third, his first at bat.
Hey, Dick, this was one of my keys to the game. Get on for Kemp and Upton, right?
That's exactly right.
Put some pressure on these Phils.
1-0 San Diego. Off speed low. Well, the Dodgers walked the plank in Pittsburgh tonight in extra innings. The Buccos won 5-4.
Raised the Jolly Roger.
Giants lost at Wrigley. Boy, Toronto won again with all the talent they have. They may never lose. Change up. 1-1. Colorado a winner at Washington 5-4. And at Arizona in the 5th inning, the D-backs lead Cincinnati 1-0. Those are the other National League West scores. Cincinnati then will head here to Petco starting Monday night. Amarista from second, Solarte from first.
It's the second time tonight Nola has done that with a runner at second base, so put that in the back of your mind. Base runners.
Trying to add here in the third to the 1-0 lead. Clipped foul. For a moment, I want to thank Ron Fowler, Tom and Peter Seidler, President Mike D for the arrangements tonight. That's a handsome trophy, and
very nice.
Allowing my wife and good friends to be able to sit in the owner's suite up there. They're going to be spoiled after this night. 1-2. Not by much.
Receiver up, try to bring that one back. Not getting the call there.
Two on. And 2-2 to Kemp. Took too much time, and Kemp called time. St. Louis shut out Milwaukee 6-0. What a team, the Cardinals. Struck him out. Fastball. That is the second strikeout for Aaron Nola.
Second time around for Matt Kemp. Runners in scoring position. Soft stuff. Soft stuff with the changeup again. There's a fastball that had some movement to it. The key here is Nola's got a lot of movement on all of his pitches. What does he do to put him away? It's down. That's the way he likes to work. But that splits the heart of the plate. A little bit of movement goes to the strikeout for Aaron Nola. Nothing is straight out of this kid's hand.
Upton hit by a pitch. Stole second, moved to third on a ground out by Alonso, and scored on Norris's 2-out single in the last inning. There goes Amarista, no throw. Rupp reared back as if he was going to throw and realized that it was going to be too tough to get Amarista holding at first with Solarte. It's a good play if you can make it.
Yep, better make darn sure.
Only the fifth steal of the year for the Ninja. So first and third with 2 outs. Pitch was a strike. Good breaking ball. That had Upton buckling. 2 strikes. Padres return the visit when they go to Philadelphia last week of August. That's a road trip that'll take them to Washington and Philadelphia. Outside target. Hit well to right field. Brown going back on the ball, still back, and he makes the catch. Or does he? He dropped it. The ball jars free. 2 runs may score on this, and Upton is all the way to third. It's 3-0. Brown had it, but he misread how close that wall was, and he hit it full force. Upton said, "What happened?" Well, he's got a triple, and the Padres have a 3-0 lead.
Justin Upton going the opposite way, and that ball is on the sweet spot. Now the race is on for Dominic Brown. Well, I tell you what, I think he heard, when you hear people hear footsteps, I think he heard that wall creeping up on him. He doesn't even, maybe a little bit of leather.
Yeah, I thought he had it, but no, he just clipped the side of his glove. He saw the bright lights of that scoreboard coming up to greet him. He took a pretty good shot. So Upton benefits from a 2-run triple. Now Alonso, 1-hopper to Howard, and the 3-1 putout ends the inning. But the Padres get a break here in the third. Amarista and Solarte with singles, and Upton with a triple over Dominic Brown's glove in right field. And after 3, the Padres lead by 3.
the top of the fourth, and they're already getting ready for tomorrow's San Diego Padres Hall of Fame with these incredible sandcastle statues. They've been sitting here since 9 hours it's taken, and they're not even done yet. So a lot of work here to do. It's the Imperial Beach Posse that has put this all together. I've learned a few tricks to the trade as well since I've been out here. They bring out buckets of water, wet the sand so it's easier to mold. And then once they have all the artwork done, then they spray it down with some spray bottles. And these guys won some competitions as well. One of the guys, Leonard, grew up in the business. His whole family here has done the sandcastle building, so they're really hard at work getting ready for tomorrow's Hall of Fame, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
I'll give you $1
I know
right now if you just go stomp on it, right? Just go full.
9 hours worth of work, Mark.
Those are sand artisans. Beautiful work.
I'm worried about all the little kids here around it. They do have it fenced off, but some little 2-year-old's going to come running before mom and dad can catch them.
That is beautiful, though, isn't it?
Benito Santiago and Gary Templeton ought to get out there and get their photos taken by that sandcastle.
Great work.
Hope you'll be out here tomorrow night. Remember, it's a 5:30 start, 5 o'clock here on Fox Sports San Diego. Big Ryan Howard leading off the Philadelphia fourth inning. He lined the right fielder Matt Kemp, and that was a shot to Kemp. After Howard, Brown, and Galvis, the Padres have staked James Shields to a 3-0 lead. And Mark Sweeney joins us here in our Fox Sports San Diego booth. Almost hit him. 2-2.
It's always good to see Mark Sweeney in the house.
What's going on, guys?
I had to reintroduce myself to you in the dining room before the game.
It's been a long time. You guys were on the road a lot. And congratulations, Dick, to you. Obviously, the pregame ceremonies today were awesome, and it must have been a pleasure, and it was awesome to watch.
But
whole events.
I meant it about our Fox Sports San Diego team, not only on camera but behind the scenes. Shallow right field is Jerko. Can he get the slow running Howard? Yes, by a half stride. So Howard, a couple of at bats where you might expect 2 hits. He's 0 for 2. The shift eats up another base hit.
Not an easy play for Jerko, even though Ryan Howard is not the fleetest of foot.
You know what makes it difficult for this play, and you can see him, the accurate throw, which is very important, but typically you're not going to take a ground ball pregame way out in short right field.
Right.
There's not too many times you do that, especially on that play.
Good point.
It's a nice stretch by Yonder Alonso as well, and James Shields, the old tip of the cap.
Dominique Brown struck out the first time. We were talking yesterday, Mark Sweeney in Milwaukee, about the advantages. Even poor teams have winning records at home, and how tough it is to win on the road, and all the factors that feed into the home field advantage. It's the comfort of being in your own bed with your family. That's one. Know how to get to the ballpark. The environs as well, especially pitchers. You have a good feel of the mound. That ball is drilled to deep right field. Kemp can only look up and watch that one fall into the right field seats. Dominic Brown has just hit his 4th home run. 3-1 will be the score when Brown circles the bases. Fortunately, as has been the case in most of Shields' home run pitches, 22 now, they've been solo.
Well, we talk about James Shields and the off-speed pitch. Looks like a curveball to me, Mark Sweeney, doesn't it?
Yeah, sat right over the middle of the plate. Very easy to get that barrel to the baseball. It's already created that backspin. Dominic Brown, who had a lot of success a couple years ago under former Padre Wally Joyner, who now is the hitting coach for the Detroit Tigers.
So 1-out home run here in the 4th to cut the Padre lead to 3-1. Freddie Galvis lined a single back through the box his first time.
Dick, to touch on your point too, and playing on the road, and so many times that is so difficult. You always think about the last 3 outs, and that's where it starts. The last 3 outs are so difficult, and I think the Padre fans have been spoiled to have the Trevor Hoffmans and the Heath Bells and Houston Street now with Craig Kimbrell. But it's that factor, and then everything else surrounding it. Like you said, some of the things that you do, you're sleeping in your own bed, as we see Craig Kimbrell right there. It's a weapon to have, and I think everything filters down to that, but very difficult to win on the road.
Yeah, that was one of our keys to the game yesterday in that final game in Milwaukee, to get the ball in that kid's hands. Craig Kimbrell, we didn't see him the whole Milwaukee series. Yeah.
That's a weapon that I think a lot of people are starting to say, no, it's not. You can do it through Dylan Betances and Miller for New York. You can do it with two different guys. Well, when it comes down to it, everyone's looking for a closer.
Weak swing and a miss at a changeup. Galvis goes down. That's 5 strikeouts for Shields.
One thing I always look at with the whether it's a veteran or a rookie, how do you bounce back after giving up a home run? Whether it's a 2-run shot or a solo shot. Well, this is a good sign here, James Shields. He's been around the block. He goes back to the old number 1. The changeup gets him swinging after the solo shot off the bat of Dominic Brown.
Cody Ashe, left fielder, walked the first time. And just to add the obvious to the home field advantage, the fans.
Yes.
I mean, you'd say you can't just wipe out the fact that there are fans when you're on the road that are making a lot of noise for the other guys. I mean, you hear it. Players don't claim they hear it, but they do. There's the changeup.
It's that common theme that you hear, and especially you think about the Kansas City Royals and San Francisco Giants, what they went through last October. All the guys will answer the same thing. The emotion that the fans, the lift that they get. It is a factor when you create that, and you create it through winning.
Ripped foul deep down into the right field corner.
Well, let's face it, the Giants, 3 out of the last 5, right? Hoisting the trophy. It's playoff atmosphere every night up there.
Yeah. Fans expect them to win every night.
Yes.
And you have to earn that belief. And of course, they're sold out every game. Another strikeout for Shields, so he bounces back after the solo home run by Brown. He punches out Galvis and Ashe. Half a dozen strikeouts through 4 innings. It's a 3-1 game. Schwarber, that left-handed hitting catcher, off Tomlinson, who is playing second base. Panic on the DL. That drove in a run for the Cubs on their way to a 7-3 win. And you go back to that class of last year, draft class. There's Schwarber, the number 4, and Nola, the pitcher tonight for Philadelphia, picked 7th. Chet Jerko leads off the 4th inning, and he bounces one to the right side. Through Utley into right field. Utley making the slide, and trying to come up with that one, and we'll see how they score. Pretty tough chance. One would think that's a base hit for Jerko.
Well, Chase Utley going to his right. Nice hitting by Jed Jerko. He typically makes that play, and you wonder about just the timing aspect of how fast the game goes coming off the disabled list.
You know, the first thing that entered my mind, Mark, is that Chase Utley, back in the day, he makes that play with his eyes closed.
Yes.
Oh, they do credit Jerko with the base hit. That's 5 hits now for the Padres. Derek Norris knocked in the first run with a line single to right field in the second inning. Last 7 games at 400. Grand Slam home run in New York in that incredible victory in the rainy day.
Mark, you were back in San Diego during that. Was that one of the most incredible games you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many incredible games that stick out in your mind. But yeah, that's got to be one of them.
Line to second, throw back to first. Not in time. It was close. Jerko scrambling back, beat the throw as Norris trying to repeat his single to right field that knocked in a run, but this one to Chase Utley, the second baseman.
Well, you see his line drive, and as a guy on first, you have to peek before the pitch is thrown to see where those infielders are positioned, and then on a line drive, freeze and get back. Nice job by Jed Jerko.
Mark, we've talked about this before, how hard it is. The natural instinct is to go to the next base, but freeze on the liner. One of the tougher things to do.
Yeah, it's that extra step and that one step that you take the wrong way, and you're in no man's land. Not a good feeling when you're going back and getting doubled up.
Melvin Upton just missed a home run his last time up. He skied it down into the left field corner, and Ashe made the catch. Jerko at first, 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 4th, and the Padres lead 3-1. Off speed.
How close was it? Oh, Jed Jerko just getting that left hand on the bag before Ryan Howard squeezes it, trying to get doubled up.
Fox vision is great, isn't it? Consistently at the 92-mile-an-hour mark on his fastball, young Nola. He's 22. While at LSU, he was voted the top pitcher in the Southeastern Conference 2 different years. Well, 2013, 2014, then signs as the #1 pick, and here he is in the big leagues.
Mark, you know what, that double play possibility? I was never an infielder, but it just looked awkward. Ryan Howard looked kind of awkward at first base.
Yeah, and you know what it is? He typically stretches with both hands, and first base is a one-handed position. Right. So you see someone stretching out and reaching out with one hand. He reaches with 2.
So he could have got more extended. It could have been an out.
Yeah, and it's something that I don't think was taught. It's something he's probably done for so long. But he's had the tendency to do that even on regular ground balls, and he doesn't catch it at the farthest point for him.
First base, here comes Howard, and the catcher Rupp goes in and makes a tough play. Ball wasn't hit that high, so 2 out. And James Shields, the hitter. He bounced to third his first at bat. 7 hits on the year. The bragging rights for best hitting pitcher are going to come down to the final month. Cashner has 4.
Well, you got to like what Ian Kennedy's doing.
He's got 7.
He's swinging the bat well.
He's got 3 doubles, Ian Kennedy. 7 hits for Ross, 7 hits for Shields.
Who doesn't root for a guy that has 4 daughters? Right?
Absolutely.
Well, she was a basketball star at USC. Went away from having their own team, huh?
Yeah.
Of course, Tyson Ross, the only Padre pitcher with a home run. There's Kennedy and Cashner.
Wasn't that funny, guys, with Cashner?
He got me.
I think he got everybody. I couldn't believe someone got a haircut during the game.
I thought he lost a bet.
Out of play.
But I saw him on the bus the next day, or after the game, rather. After the game. When he tucked it up underneath his hat, it's kind of shaved back there, he said. And that's what gave it away.
Yeah. Or it made you believe that he had done it. Yeah.
It does look like top ramen, though, when he gets it wet. Who doesn't like top ramen? Right?
That's the main staple for college kids, right? Top ramen.
A staple.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner.
2-1 to Shields. Not shortchanged. Got plate umpire Mike Estabrook. So Atlanta made a trade with Cleveland, and the Braves acquired Nick Swisher and Michael Bourne for Chris Johnson going to Cleveland.
Nick Swisher has battled knee problems and a big contract in Cleveland.
And a full count. That'll give Jerko a running start on the next pitch. And Mike Napoli goes to Texas for a player to be named later or cash considerations.
Got to be careful at Texas. It's a team that has a lot of talent. Obviously, Cole Hamels' addition, that's going to help.
Full count, runner off. Swing and a miss, and that's it for the Padres in the 4th inning. Strikeout number 3 for Aaron Nola. But after 4 innings, the Padres have the right signs. 4-3-1.
We're going to focus on the changeup from James Shields. It's his #1 pitch, and look at the location. Right on the outside corner. Arm speed looks like fastball. Out of the hand, it's a changeup. Hitters are way behind, and Mark Sweeney, I ask you as a former hitter, one of the toughest pitches to hit?
Toughest pitch, and you're seeing it tonight by James Shields, the location of it, but also implementing that against the left-handed guys, which I think is very important. The left-handed hitters, a lot of lefties in this lineup for the Phillies. You knew that was going to be an important pitch tonight.
And a lot of times that changeup for James Shields, it looks like it's going to be in the zone, but it's out of the zone. They still swing and miss because it looks like it's going to be a straight fastball and then out of the zone, and that's where it comes into the chase rate in the percentage. And that's something that's become a hot topic throughout Major League Baseball recently.
Top of the 5th inning. It'll be Cameron Rupp, then the pitcher Nola, and the leadoff man Utley against James Shields. 3-1 Padres. Rupp fly to center his first time. That one squirrels its way to the first base coach. Changeup misses, 2-1.
Cameron Rupp looks like he should have some shoulder pads on and playing linebacker for the Eagles. He's a big kid, isn't he?
A big boy.
Three and one. You heard Shields bark out, unhappy with that pitch. So in the hole, 3 balls and a strike to the catcher Rupp with the pitcher next. Right, a late call from plate umpire Estabrook.
Well, Rupp thought that was a ball. He was ready to take off that shin guard and head to first base. Or he dropped his bat, thinking it was ball 4, then picked his bat back up, the big Texan.
Yeah, the call was not immediate. And then he gets him with a changeup. That's 3 straight strikeouts. You got Galvis and Ashe to close out the 4th, and now Rupp leading off the 5th.
Here's the changeup again. We showed you 61% of the time, 62% of the time. James Shields is throwing that, a swing and a miss. And we talked about MLB leaders in chase percentage. Now, this is basically pitches that are ending up out of the zone and hitters are swinging and missing it.
We'll take another look at that graphic as Nola steps into the box.
So the chase percentage, Carlos Carrasco, right, 37.3%. 427 pitches that have thrown out the 1,146 were chased out of the zone. So the average is 30%. So Carrasco well above the 30% and 37.3%.
Well, I think the common theme that you see with those pitchers is they're strike throwers, but also have a wipeout secondary pitch. They have stuff to go along with that. But you look at that, you have to be a strike thrower. You know, Mark, so many times you have to have that strike one and then expose a lot of these hitters that are trying to power the baseball out of the strike zone.
That nasty slider, that nasty changeup, right, Mark?
Yep.
1-2. And down goes Nola. 4 consecutive strikeouts for Shields. He's racked up 8 already. Well, how about the Padre pitchers and chasing opponents, chasing their pitches? I would have thought Tyson Ross would be higher.
That's exactly right, too. And this is really important to show. But you see James Shields, he has 2+ pitches to chase. We're seeing the changeup tonight, but also the curveball. He's had a lot of success with that. Ian Kennedy has the chase rate probably with that high fastball changeup combination. Yep. But Tyson Ross, you're right, Dick. I thought that slider would be so much more.
That ball hit to left field by Chase Utley. Waiting for it to come down is Justin Upton, and it's a 1-2-3 5th inning pitched by James Shields. Express brought a group from the San Diego Police Foundation, courtesy of Kaiser Permanente. Welcome to the ball yard. Glad to have them here. And we hope you made your plans for Saturday night, baseball night in San Diego tomorrow, and the giveaway with the Hall of Famers going in, Santiago and Templeton. Some will say Templeton. Some of the jerseys that you'll receive will have Santiago in the back. So
yeah. Benito wore number 9, Tempe number 1. It's a nice jersey. And two good Padres.
Very good Padres.
And it's great to honor the best. And I hope they'll have time to join us either in the pregame studio or up here in the broadcast booth.
I know we're going to have them on the pregame.
Good.
It was fun today, guys. Fun to have you guys out to the set.
That's a good, nice set. You've got all the culture of a picnic. I love the fact the smoke comes in there from Randy Jones Barbecue.
Randy Jones smoking us out down the left field line.
All the fans, the Mark Sweeney fan club, and the Pomerantz fan club is huge. I hadn't realized.
Huge, yeah. We have to rope them off.
Yeah. It's like a Beatles concert out there.
Amarista is flied out, singled off Utley's glove. And 3-1 the count. Amarista, Solarte, and then Kemp. All the scoring action around Justin Upton, the cleanup hitter. High fly ball to center. Herrera gives ground and one away. So it will be a special 1-hour pregame show here on Fox Sports San Diego to salute Benito Santiago and Gary Templeton joining the San Diego Padres Hall of Fame. So 4:30 our TV time. And a chance to get the reaction of those two outstanding Padres. They'll be with Mike and Mark on the pregame set out there in left field. I think a lot of fans do enjoy watching you guys work and getting a chance in the case tomorrow night to see those two men.
It'll be a pleasure to have both of them out there on our set to start our night off.
You know what I loved about Tempe? He was grandfathered in to wear the no flap helmet. How sweet is that?
That's sweet.
He came in the league early enough to where, it was mandatory. You have to wear at least one ear flap. But no, he was grandfathered in.
Solarte singled his last time after Amarista had led off with a base hit. That set up the triple off the glove of right fielder Brown off the bat of Upton. Popped him up behind second. Long run in for Herrera. He's taking care of both outs here in the 5th.
Okay, it's time to tweet. Tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag SDDataStrongFan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by our good friends at T-Mobile. Be creative, have some fun, and we'll see you later on in the telecast.
Kemp has grounded out and struck out. I think you can even buy a Padres pacifier. I think they've got those over the gift shop.
Sure they do.
Got to get one for Archie.
How is that grandson of yours doing?
Oh, we get pictures every day and brightens your day. He's just those big blue eyes, that blonde hair. He continues to forsake any toy. He will not play with a toy. Got all these bright, beautiful toys. Give him a pot out of the kitchen, a pot and a broom handle to beat on it. Man, that kid is happy.
You said he loved the camera at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he
too,
reached
right?
to the camera and just
I saw
slobbered
that.
all over. Yeah,
it was good spitball.
It was a real Lindbergh, That's a
with his left hand, though. You said left hand.
Yeah. That was, the location of the rostrum for our speech was in what would be shallow center field, and all the VIPs, the family, sat behind home plate, so they were a long way away. But I could see my son-in-law walking with Archie, and I thought he was crying and upsetting everybody. And I just threw that into my speech about Archibald and being a left-hander. We can only hope.
Well, let's see if Nola loses that release point and issues some free passes to these Padres as Matt Kemp takes a walk down to first base.
That's the first base on balls from young Nola. And here's Upton. As we said, he's figured in all 3 runs. Second inning, hit by a pitch, stole second. Eventually scored on a 2-out single by Derek Norris, and then drove in the other 2 runs with that drive to right field off Dominic Brown's glove for a triple. So whoever picked Upton in the pick the stick is happy tonight.
That's Pomeranz.
Oh, is he ever happy, man? Chance to add. He's good for. You get a point for being hit by a pitch.
Absolutely.
And then he scored and stole a base. That's 3. Then a triple's 3 more with 2 RBIs. He's got 8 points tonight.
And Pomeranz will tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, he's not afraid.
Ooh. Kemp.
He's lucky he stepped off. That could have been a balk. Yeah.
You heard somebody else step off. With 2 outs, Kemp a threat to steal. Gotta figure he's going to go over there now, huh? .74 pitches for the 22-year-old right-hander. This is his 4th big league start. So he's averaged in his first 3 of 6 innings. Those 2 have been at first base many a time in their careers. So how's the family? How's the food here in San Diego?
It really is funny how many conversations you have at first base and what you talk about in certain things, in certain situations. It really is comical.
You played some first base.
I did, and obviously not a lot, so I didn't have a lot of conversations. But yeah, when guys get over there, it's foul ball or coach's conversation, whatever comes up, how things are going, what he just did.
How's your golf game?
Yeah.
1 strike to Upton.
That was a hanging breaky ball that he could have done some damage with. And a great catch by that fan. Nice 2-handed grab.
Well, there's a youngster. He may not remember this night, but that baseball will be testimony. That's good.
You see what Rupp did there? He was telling his pitcher, Nola, he wants it down and away, down and away. Okay, if you miss for a ball, that's fine, but he did a little extra coaching there, telling his pitcher, get it out there. If you bounce it, I'll block it. But he was very
demonstrative.
Nice. Thank you.
Is he going to throw over here?
That's exactly what I was looking for. Change up. Ooh, he got squeezed.
2-2.
That's a good take.
When he goes, he's usually successful, Kemp. Thrown out only once.
You know, it's usually a universal sign. They'll flip the thumb for a throw over to first base. There's a changeup. The wiggle is pretty much universal all the way around for throwing the changeup.
Over but low.
and the one prior, Rupp, throw over. With the thumb, and there's the throw over.
A little wave back and forth was like, I'm not giving you a sign, then he
just
gets
kind of, yeah.
thumb.
Is that Larry Bow on the phone?
Grew up as a player, as a Phil. Philadelphia Philly. 3-2. Off goes Kemp, and it's fouled at the plate. Change up. Well, tomorrow night it'll be Tyson Ross on the mound for the Padres. He now 8-8. Left-handed rookie Adam Morgan is 2-3 for the Philadelphia Phillies. Then Sunday's game will feature Andrew Cashner against veteran Jerome Williams. Williams is 3-8 with a ERA over 6. Kemp a big lead. Howard playing behind him. He's off, and ball 4. Oh, Upton's on again. A couple of 2-out walks for the Padres here in the 5th.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
So meeting at the mound as Bob McClure, the pitching coach, try to settle down Nola. He's not missing the plate by much. A couple of walks to Kemp and Upton, and want to make sure that his head screwed on right here before he faces Yonder Alonso.
Well, Dick, with a youngster on the mound and Bob McClure going out and discussing how to attack Yonder Alonso as a hitter, and the perspective of the hitter getting in there and hunting dead red, looking for that fastball and that mistake fastball, trying to get ahead with that first pitch.
And with that said, 2 times he's pulled the ball to the right sideline. So 4-3, 3-1.
Oh, McClure gets the heave-ho.
Oh, I'll bet you any money he was talking about those pitches that he got squeezed on.
He went out there and waited until plate umpire Estabrook came out to hurry things along, and had his say, and Estabrook tosses it. And you can see ball something to do with balls and strikes.
He's going to get his money's worth.
Vein on his neck getting a little larger. See there, that now he had his. Estabrook took that one, but he's not going to take the next volley. There you go. That's the one he didn't like.
Hey, that's a pitching coach sticking up for his pitcher.
Yeah. That's like a NBA coach taking a technical. It often turns things around a little bit in the mind of the official. So Alonso with a chance to add to the Padres 3-1 lead, 2 on 2 out. He has grounded out both at bats and takes strike 1, a curveball.
More times than not, in Mark Sweeney, you probably agree, this situation, runner scoring position, first pitch is going to be some type of off-speed pitch.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that you can't hunt that fastball. You just shift the field just a little bit and stay on that mistake-breaking ball.
Changeup sails wide. So after Amarista and Solarte both fly to center here in the 5th inning, Kemp and Upton work Irinola for walks, and now 1-1 to Alonso. A series of signs with a man at second base.
Let's see if it's a changeup, because I saw 2 and then a wiggle. Nope, fastball. Is that a fastball doing that? The 2-seamer running away.
View of the action from the right field corner. Not a bad seat in this beautiful baseball palace. Action pitch, 2-1.
Third time he's done that tonight. The spin, the wheel, the inside move.
Right back to the pitcher, and the inning comes to an end. Padres leave 2 after 5 at Petco. It's a 3-1 Padre lead. Well, Derek Norris shooting a line drive single to right, bringing in Justin Upton, who had been hit by a pitch. And then Upton in the 3rd inning with 2 men on. Brown saw that wall coming, and he got a piece of the ball in the glove, but couldn't hold on. Padres get 2 more. And then Dominic Brown with a home run for the Phillies in the 4th inning, and that's where we stand. Our Harris game summary: Padres 3 and the Phillies 1. James Shields will face Herrera, Franco, and Howard. Top of the 6th. 71 pitches so far. Strike 1. Odubel Herrera has struck out and singled. Smashed it back through the box the last time, and Shields very fortunate he wasn't hit. 1-1. Change up.
I love the change up.
He's got good action on it tonight. See him working on those sides as we saw in our Fox vision before, but that one saw Herrera just looking for fastball, perfect timing to throw that changeup.
And that one, if taken, would have been a legitimate strike. He wants this one down.
Just got a piece of it. It was down.
Now, see, that pitch would go on the chase percentage in advantage to James Shields because it would have been a ball, but yet he chased after it. So, percentage points to James Shields for the chase percentage.
What's next? Huh?
Oh.
It's so exciting. Chase percentage. Now we're into that.
Another one.
Oh, racking up the points here. But you ought to get a sponsor for that. I wonder if there's a bank that could go for chase percentage. Some good, smart young executive in marketing say, hey, let's spend some more money at Fox Sports San Diego with that chase percentage. Oh, he wanted to go there, another changeup, but he held back.
Look at where everything is, down and away. Oh, look at the leg kick. Oh, if he hits it, it's a double.
Yeah, he did go around
Most certainly did. Sweeney?
Well, I like the changeup to him. There's so many timing aspects to his swing. That big leg kick. A lot of moving parts to this swing.
Backdoor breaking ball here.
And it line. What a stop by Alonso. The flip is in time. Great play. Our buddy Colonel Jerry Coleman would be hanging a star on that one. Herrera robbed by Alonso.
Well, this ball's an absolute bullet to Yonder Alonso to his right, diving in an accurate throw. I love that he led him towards the bag. Watch this throw, and you see him stretched out and tagging that bag with his right foot.
Just did get there in time. Went out to Maikel Franco.
Hey, credit not only Alonso for making that spectacular play, but as soon as that ball was hit, as soon as it was hit, Shields was over there trying to cover first base like a pitcher should. Anything hit to your left, you've got to bust it over there. You can always peel off.
And speedy up the line. Franco long out to center, and a good play made by Amarista behind second base to throw him out the last time. A dozen home runs for young Franco. Fastball strike, 1-1. Here's another youngster. He's 22, won't be 23 until the 26th of this month. Grew up in the Dominican. And the count runs out to 1-2.
Stay tuned. We got a game break coming up. Orioles, Angels from the Big A. Just up to 5.
Doesn't like that. Here comes the 1-2. Uh-oh. Maikel may have liked it. Into the corner, and Upton makes the catch. Just a half step from the wall. That's 3 times that Franco's hit the ball hard for outs.
Well, let's take a look at the location of the pitch first to Maikel Franco, who is a very talented young man. You could see him just catching it off the end of the bat, but that swing and the compact swing almost reminds you of almost a Kirby Puckett type guy that can hit the ball out of the strike zone. But that's a nice swing just off the end enough. Just a fly out to left field. That is a picture perfect swing through the baseball.
That's awesome. See the ball compress a little bit there. You got a little backspin up on it, just under it a little bit too much.
Breaks up Ryan Howard, and strike 1.
Well, I hate to say it, but if that's in Philadelphia, that's about 10 rows deep.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, that's a home run back on the home yard for the Phillies.
Yeah, a lot of chirping going on to home plate umpire. See Ryan Howard having conversations.
Pete McCannon, the interim manager for the Phillies.
And I think Ryan had a little bit of a gripe. Pitch 1 was well out of the strike zone. It went against him and wanted to speak his mind to the home plate umpire.
Well, if you're Derek Norris, sit off the plate. Why not?
And he got him to chase. Changeup. 1-2. 2 outs, bases empty. Top of the 6th inning, and the Padres have a 3-1 advantage.
Got to throw him another Campio right here, don't you?
Yep. And it misses. 2-2.
Breaking ball, back door.
Hammered high and deep to right center field, and way out of here. That is a big man's home run. Number 19 for Howard. And that'll cut the Padre lead to 3-2. Second solo home run from the offerings of James Shields. And that one would have been out of any big league ballpark.
Well, Howard was having difficulty with the changeup. He goes with the backdoor slider. This is a ball from a righty into a lefty. He gets extended, speeds up his bat a little bit. Unlike the changeup that goes down and away, this slider goes out and over the heart of the plate, and James knows it.
Ground ball sharply, but at Jerko. Dominic Brown thrown out. Brown had homered earlier. The Phillies on a couple of home runs make it tight. It's 3-2. Show you first, though, a man celebrating his 24th birthday. Mike Trout goes fishing for a home run, and the Angels pull within one of the Baltimore Orioles in the bottom of the 6th inning. Happy birthday number 24 to Mike Trout. Whoa, first pitch to Jerko hits him up in the shoulder, and he'll take first base. That was in a very dangerous spot. Jerko able to turn away and avoid something serious.
Well, we know that Nola has the two-seam fastball. He hit Upton earlier. This one off the left tricep of Jed Jerko, and that's scary. Anytime it's up above the waist, up above those letters, you betcha.
Luis Garcia throwing now in the Philadelphia bullpen. As I told you, that young Nola has averaged about 6 innings in his first 3 big league starts. Norris lined a single, drove in a run in the second, and then lined out to Utley the last time. See if the Padres can make Nola pay for hitting the. And he does. Norris rips one through the left side. Jerko to second. First 2 men on here in the 6th inning.
That's really nice hitting by Derek Norris. Both of his first 2 at bats to the right side. 1 hit, 1 line drive, and now pulling his hands in and going the other way. Solid line drive, and you could see that trampoline effect off the barrel of the bat and shooting it out. Firm line drive by Derek Norris.
No doubt about that. Base hit through the 5.5 hole. And a meeting at the mound. Let's see if this is it for Nola, or is this Bob McClure's replacement? That's Garcia getting ready. And now, as we promised, here's the National University standings as we look at the American League wild card race. With right now, if the season ended, it would be the Angels and Toronto into the playoffs. Baltimore close, so is Texas and Minnesota. That is a very contentious, even Tampa Bay only 4.5.
Well, you look at Toronto, and you guys already discussed it earlier in the game, but Troy Tulowitzki has sat out 1 game. They lost that game. Every other one they've won since Troy Tulowitzki has been in a Toronto uniform.
You know, you look at Texas, and they acquire Cole Hamels. The one thing that concerns me about Texas is that starting pitching and bullpen, not really that good, down towards the lower 3rd in the American League. And we all know starting pitching and bullpen better score some runs if that's the case.
Very true.
They're tied with Seattle tonight. Texas. Here's Upton. He's flying to left and fouled to the catcher. Ball 1.
You know, we've seen the last couple of innings Nola getting a little bit on the wild side on his fastball. He hit Jerko. That one he yanked down in a way to Melvin.
Activity for the Padres now. Brandon Maurer first up in the Padre pen. Shields on deck. Way outside.
Yeah, that home plate's moving on him.
Really lowered his arm angle and worked underneath that last pitch there. Hey, for as many times you can miss out of the zone, you can miss at the heart of the plate, and that spells damage.
And that's what Upton will be looking for here with the count in his favor, 2-0.
Well, there's a kid on the bench itching to get back. Will Myers.
2 on, no one out here in the 6th. 3-2 Padres.
Just like that, he paints.
You know, that's all right. That's a good take, actually. With 2-0, you don't want to hit a pitcher's pitch, and that is perfect. Right on the edge. But you're looking for that mistake. When they tire, they typically elevate a pitch, and that's what Melvin's looking for here.
Strike 2. Same spot. Right at the knees. Jerko hit by a pitch to open the 6th inning. Norris with a solid single to left. They're ready to go. Upton with the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 90 pitches now for Nolan. Got him. Breaking ball away, chased it. 4th strikeout. Well, it's nice to know Mom is watching and sends out a tweet to her son. Happy birthday. Incredibly special 24-year-old. I love you now and always will. Now get a hit.
Well, I guess he did get a hit.
How about that?
He listens to his mom.
You got to. It's great.
That's awesome.
Watching closely is Pete McCannon, the manager, keeping an eye on Nola. The Padres will not use a pinch hitter on Shields, who has struck out and grounded out. He might be up there to sacrifice and give Amaristo a shot at picking up the runs. Takes a strike.
You know, this is a good point. As a base runner, you know, everybody focuses on the sacrifice, getting the pitcher out. Well, sometimes runners might lose a little tread. That's where you got to be aware of the throw behind first base or second base. Secondary lead, dart back if the ball's not put in play.
Well, the easy thing to combat that is you get your secondary, a hard secondary, but a hard step back to the base. That'll eliminate those thoughts.
There it is. The throw through. Not in time as Galvis snuck in behind the runner. And a good toss by Rupp, the catcher.
You know, guys, all these middle infielders and also the other infielders coming behind these runners are looking for that mistake, that lack of concentration. See the good throw by Rupp, and Jed Jerko just barely in.
Well, he knows his maximum lead now. A ball and a strike to Shields. Gives himself up earlier this time and chops at that. 1-2. 2 failed bunt tries. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And he strikes out trying to bunt. That'll be the 5th strikeout on Nola's card. Well, he doesn't help himself. Amarista then. Infield hit and scored a run. Flied out twice.
Well, the poise of this youngster, Aaron Nola, and working out of a jam after the conversation that the manager had with him, and also coming back and executing his pitches.
So the first 2 to climb aboard. Jerko and Norris are still there with 2 outs. Looks like Nola hides the ball pretty well.
Kind of throws across his body a little bit too, so with that frame, a little deception as well. But I'll tell you what, I've been watching this kid as you guys have. If this kid could master those pitches, he's got 3 quality pitches.
Yeah, it looks like a little Andy Ashby to me.
Good call.
1-1.
Andy Ashby, the former Padre, former Philly.
One ball, 2 strikes now to Amarista. Should he reach safely? Jan Solarte on deck.
This is your guy, right? Mark Sweeney, pick the stick. Little big swing.
This is my guy.
Well, you've got 3 points so far.
Don't want to jinx it. A lot of fastballs, change up, and the good breaking ball. That's been the impressive secondary pitch for me.
When Rupp gives those signs so quickly, it's after a certain sign. Amarista calls time. You see when Rupp is on his knees, he puts his hands up in the air time, and it's higher than Amarista.
Sometimes the finger signs that don't count. It's what he does with his hitting the chest protector or mask. Strike 3 called. The curveball. Amarista thought it was high, but Estabrook says that's strike 3, and Aaron Nola strikes out the side after the 2 men reach safely. Brought to you by Sycuan Casino. Play, win together in the heart of San Diego. By your San Diego Lexus dealer. And by Jerome's Furniture, proud sponsor of the best seats in the house. 6 innings in the book. The totals: the Padres 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. They've left 7. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Philadelphia with 3 left. The 2 runs on solo homers by Dominic Brown, his 4th, and Big Ryan Howard's 19th of the year. Freddie Galvis leads it off in the 7th.
Big inning for James Shields. The Phillies scoring 1 in the 4th and 1 in the 6th. Inching back. Padres need to get back in that dugout and hopefully do some damage in their half of the 7th as James Shields just delivers. Pitch number 89.
In front of 31,334 tonight at Petco Park. There's still room for you tomorrow night on Baseball Night in San Diego. And a chance to salute our newest inductees into the Padres Hall of Fame, Gary Templeton and Benito Santiago. Our TV time 4:30 here on Fox Sports San Diego. 90 pitches for Shields.
He's not doing bad either. When you look at that breakdown each inning.
2-1 to Galvis. A single and a strikeout for the Philadelphia shortstop. Ashe and then Rupp. 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup to face Shields in the 7th. Only 4 hits, but 2 of them solo home runs given up by Shields.
You know, James Shields threw 19 pitches in that 2nd inning. And you figure the average pitch count for a major leaguer, 16.5. So that was the biggest workload for James. So he's right on par, right on average for pitches thrown for an inning.
Galvis up on the handle of the bat. Makes to hit the ball twice on that foul ball. How about our Cholula flamethrower?
I've been waiting for it all night. James Shields, yeah, with the fastball. The changeup's been the key, but 93. Mild. I got mild.
I got a note here from Mark Sweeney. You know where I can get a fish taco?
We'll get back to him on that one. I think we got him covered.
A little soft line drive to Churko. 1 away.
I heard snappage. I heard a snappy bat there on the changeup off the end of the bat and the weak fly ball, the little liner to Jed Jerko.
Protective swing by Galvis.
I'll tell you what, I love the broken bat and the Phantom Cam. Watch it. Splinter. Oh.
Kindlin. Cody Ashe walked and struck out. Fastball misses.
Dick, that Phantom Cam, 2,000 frames per second. That's amazing, isn't it?
It just
there it is.
It just adds to the value of the telecast and gives you an appreciation.
Bill Kelsey is working the Phantom Cam tonight.
My favorite, though, with that Phantom Cam, won't happen in baseball very often, but when it's raining or in a football game when it's snowing.
Yeah. You get the drops coming down slowly. That's
I run right for the umbrella every time. 2-1. Approaching the century mark. He's proud of going as far as he can. Has the count now 2-2. Pitched more innings than anyone in baseball the last 5. He aims for at least 200 innings. That's his goal. And coming into the game tonight, 139 2/3 innings for Shields. So he's getting ever closer to 150 as Mauer is joined by the left-hander Zepchinski. A lot of left-handers in this lineup for Philadelphia. That could be another deep to right center field, and it is gone over the jack deck. Cody Ashe has tied it up with his 6th home run of the season. 3 solo shots off James Shields, and we have a new ball game.
And it's the second time in a row the solo home run has been off a breaking ball, that being the slider. Remember Ryan Howard last inning in the 6th tried to backdoor it, 2-2 slider, caught too much of the outer part of the plate. The lefty went out and got it. Cody Ashe gets a slider here, speeds up his bat too much of the plate, and sends it to right center field for the home run.
Yeah, in slow motion. That's a primal scream. All 3 home runs have been well hit. 418 on Brown's homer to right, 426 on Howard's blast to right center, and Ashe's home run has to be at least 400. High fly ball off the bat of Cameron Rupp to left field. Upton comes in under it for the second out. Well, it has to be disheartening. A hard night's work. You've had the lead 3-0. Then it's 3-1 on a homer, 3-2 another home run, and now the tying blast by Ashe in the 7th.
And you can see the frustration in James Shields' face right there. But like he did in the 4th inning, home run, 2 outs to get out of the inning. Home run in the 6th with 2 outs. Got that last out right then and there. After the home run here for Ashe, a quick out to Rupp. Now he's got the number 9 spot. Looks like it's going to be Andres Blanco pinch hitting.
And they've just announced the measurement on the home run, estimated 415. So the home run distance is 415, 418, 426. No cheapies in those 3 for Philadelphia. Aaron Nola will be taken out of the game. Andres Blanco is the pinch hitter. So Nola leaves the game with no decision, or if the Phils can score another, a chance to pick up a win. One and one. So the 3 home runs offered by Shields tonight boosts his season total to 24. That's a strike, 2-2. Nola goes 6 innings, 3 runs, 6 hits, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Two and two.
Well, Dick, we talked about the solo shots off the bats of the Phillies tonight. Let's go back to the first one. Dominic Brown, a curveball for a home run. Ryan Howard, 6th inning, slider, home run. And then the one in the 7th, Cody Ashe, a slider. I'm not saying you can't throw those pitches. You can. It's just a matter of location, and James knows that.
He's had better luck with the fastball and the change. This is going to be a tough play for Solarte. He has to eat it as the pinch hitter able to scramble up the line and pick up the hit. Andres Blanco.
He's had good location tonight, throwing that change up. He's been spotting his fastball. It's just 3 breaking balls that the Phils have tied it up, and Solarte does the right thing here, barehanded it, eating it, and it looks like that's going to be the last pitch by James Shields.
With the left-handed hitters coming up, Shields, and this is a tough one. You work hard, you have the lead, long ball beats you up. 3 solos. He leaves the game tied, and Mark Zepchinski, newly acquired left-hander, will come in to face this left-handed dominated Philadelphia lineup. It's 3-3 as we take a break. 7th, 2001, passing the mark of 68, established by Christy Mathewson, 1913. Randy Jones of the Padres, 1976. Braves right-hander Greg Maddux sets the National League record for consecutive innings without allowing a walk. He goes 6 innings without a walk to extend the new mark to 70 and the third innings. Major League record is 84 and a third without a free pass, established in 1962 by A's sinker slider hurler Bill Fisher.
That's remarkable.
So, series of left-handed batters in the lineup for Philadelphia. Zebchinski comes in with 2 outs. And Blanco at first base. Our pitching change, as always, brought to you by El Cajon Ford.
Well, we've seen him a few times now, a handful of times. The 5th game for Mark Zebchinski with a high ERA, but he needs to gather some innings. A veteran left-hander out of the pen. Remember, Frank Garces was out there for a while as the lone lefty.
He falls behind Utley 2-0.
Frank was sent back to the minor leagues, and it's nice to have a veteran lefty who's been in situations like this before, coming out of the bullpen.
Utley's 0 for 3, struck out, flied out, and hit a hard ground ball. One hopper to Jerko at second. Base hit up the middle. Blanco running hard, turns and holds at second base. And the Phils now, with a home run to tie it, have the go-ahead score out there at second in the pinch hitter Blanco, Utley's first hit.
Boy, Utley, like so many times during the course of his career, staying in there against the lefty, keeping that front shoulder tucked, taking that ball right back where it came from.
Here's another left-handed batter, Odubel Herrera. 1 for 3 facing James Shields, but Alonso made a terrific play on his ground ball headed toward right field to rob him of the hit in the 6th inning. Breaking ball misses. The Phillies with runners in scoring position, as they had the worst record in baseball most of the year, have turned it around the last 18 games. They're 13-5, the one-loss column. Off the glove of Zebchinski, but there's Amarista to throw him out. Oh! The inning comes to an end with the Phillies stranding 2. Zebchinski got just enough of this one to slow it down, and Amarista makes the play 1-6-3. Is brought to you by Coors Banquet. And here is our Petco Park timeless moment. August 7th, this date 6 years ago, Everett Cabrera, a walk-off grand slam off Mets closer Francisco Rodriguez. We just saw him in Milwaukee, and the Padres won at 6-2 on this date. Well, in between innings, pitcher and catcher get together and go over what happened right and wrong. 3 runs, all on home runs. Only 6 hits allowed by Shields. He struck out 8 and walked 1.
You know, the one thing that impressed me about James Shields tonight is after the solo shots, each of them, all 3 of them, he got out of the inning. And with the exception of that last home run, he got an out, then a base hit, and Zepchinski came in. So, hey, we got a brand new ball game. It's the battle of the bullpens now.
Luis Garcia, the big right-hander, comes in for Philadelphia. And Solarte, as per usual, takes a pitch. Garcia's 48 appearances ties him for the club lead. Taking all the way again, 1-1.
Good arm for Garcia out of the bullpen for the Phillies. Mid-90s on that fastball. Pretty much a 2-pitch pitcher. Fastball, slider. He will try to make you chase that slider out of the zone. Always working from the stretch.
2-1. Garcia is 28. Another product of the Dominican Republic. He battled away in the Dodgers organization in the minor leagues and finally made it over to Philadelphia by way of Washington. Down the line, right field. If it's fair, that could be trouble. It is a fair ball against the base of the wall. Solarte scrambles into second with a leadoff double. Second hit tonight for Jan Hiervis.
Well, that's a good way to get to this Philly bullpen. A runner in scoring position just like that. Oh, got a pitch up. Got in on him a little bit, but because it's up and he's quick to that baseball, sends it down that left field line. Quick to the baseball.
Right into that short porch, and it took a unusual carom away from Brown, and a double Solarte. So Matt Kemp, Justin Upton, Yonder Alonso, a chance to regain the lead for the Padres here in the 7th. Kemp grounded out, struck out, and walked. Breaking ball away.
Well, this could be the inning for San Diego, because when you look at the bullpen for the Phillies, they're ranked 10th in ERA, 3.50. More hits than innings pitched for the Phil's pen this year.
And the other statistic going in the Padres' favor, the fact that they are the best in the National League scoring late in games. Off balance swing there by Kemp, 1-1. Well, there's the evidence. 162 runs scored from the 7th inning on, more than the Giants and Brewers. See if they can keep that number growing. Leadoff double Solarte. 3-3 tie here in the home half of the 7th. 1-2. 96 on that fastball. And Garcia, one of those don't give up the ship stories. He labored in the minor leagues, as we mentioned, Dodgers and Nationals for 5 years, and eventually in high A ball was released. That was 4 years ago. Got him. Or did he get a piece of that foul ball? No, that was strike 3.
I wonder if Matt is telling him, did that ball hit the ground before he caught it? Not the case.
Our closed captioning is always presented by Wiener Schnitzel. But to complete the story on Garcia, so he's released 4 years ago. And here, just off the end of the bat, strike 3. Didn't make contact, just missed the head of the bat. So Justin Upton, he's been the man of the hour for the Padres, figuring in all 3 runs, scored the first, tripled in the other 2, and he's walked tonight.
Pitch that was down and away, and Upton gets a little break because Dominic Brown was going back, and he heard that fence creeping up on him. An easy 3-bagger for Justin Upton.
Couple of RBIs boosts him to 59, tying Kemp for the club lead. Here's a chance to have that lead all by yourself inside. So back to Garcia and the fact that he was released out of baseball. So what does he do? He becomes a barber. And then he worked for a moving company and a training center in New Jersey, and finally got himself back in shape, and here he is in the big leagues.
That's a good story.
1-1 to Upton. Line drive right field, base hit. Solarte is going to try to score. This is going to be a bad choice. Out easily. That ball got to the right fielder, Brown, very quickly, and we already saw his arm on a play earlier when he threw to third base, and Solarte had no chance. Now that hurts.
I was kind of surprised he was being sent because the ball was hit so sharply. Dominic Brown did have a beat on it. And here's the throw. He's got a strong, accurate arm. And here he is, picking up third base coach Glenn Hoffman. Doesn't break stride.
He was waved in. Yeah, that ball was fairly shallow when Brown picked it up, and it was hit hard. And the Padres gamble and lose.
Pat Murphy just went out and had a chat with Mike Estabrook.
The only thing we could be considering here is that did catcher Rupp not give the runner a lane?
I think
it doesn't really win. It's that obvious, and there was no collision. I mean, the rule is intended to avoid dangerous collisions.
From what I can recall, Rupp had the ball clearly before Solarte was even close to home.
Correct. Well, he's got a challenge, so he might as well use it.
Now, to my understanding, Cameron Rupp saying flipping a coin. Hey, what's the decision going to be made?
That brought a smile from manager Murphy. He's got the ball.
Okay. Before he now, I'm just laying out what happened. Before he got the ball, he was straddling the foul line. Now, I don't know whether somebody's taken exception to that. I mean, Solarte would have been out either way. It might have looked like, right?
Well, I hope it's overruled and the Padres get a run. But in the spirit,
he's not. See now, where his foot is? He never really left a lane open. And that, you know what? Hey, if that's the argument and they can win this argument, that's great. More power to the Padres.
Yeah.
But Rupp was anchored in front of home plate as he was catching the baseball, and the rules state that you're not supposed to do that.
And this would be an extreme version of interpretation if they overturn it. As much as Padre fans, those of us up here hope that it's a run. You got the catcher now in a position where, they're protecting the catcher from collisions. On the other hand, it really is a disadvantage for that catcher to try to keep a lane open, catch the ball, and make the tag. But in this case, the runner was so far away from home plate, and he's out. And I think, in all full justice, that's the right call. So 2 outs. And Upton at first base for Yonder Alonso. Yonder up 3 times, has grounded out 3 times.
See, now that rule, correct me if I'm wrong, But that rule is worded the way it is because on the bang-bang play, you're supposed to create a lane. Now, if that was going to be a bang-bang play and Rupp was in that position, he probably would have been awarded home plate.
I agree.
Because he was straddling the line before he had the baseball. And I think that was the argument by Pat Murphy.
Grounds out again. It's 4 times up, 4 times he's out on a ground ball. Now the Padres denied a run in the 7th.
And Padres nodded right now. Mark and Mike working on Padres Live, the postgame show, which will be brought to you by Cox Communications. So both starters out, Mark. Definitely a different situation, though, for the Phillies in their bullpen.
Yeah, you heard Mark Grant talk about this bullpen for the Philadelphia Phillies, 10th in the National League. No Jonathan Papelbon. He is a Washington National right now. The Padres have to take advantage of a young bullpen.
All right, and coming up on the post-game show, we'll break down everything that happened on the field. We'll show you all the relevant highlights around the National League West tonight. Also, it's been a big night for our own Dick Enberg, so we will continue to honor the Hall of Famer on the post-game show. But you know what? While I've got your attention,
wow. Look at that.
How about just a quick in-game check of our Saquon pick-the-stick standings, gentlemen?
Yeah, if you like the evening so much, Pomerantz, why don't you give me the 10? I'll give you my 0.
Hey, you know what? If it weren't your night, I think you've gotten enough love and attention. I'm taking my 10 points, and I'm coming up there taking $10 out of your wallet so you can buy me a drink after the game.
Wow.
Oh, that'll be the first time.
That'll be the first.
Touche.
Show you how bad I admitted to taking it.
Show you how bad I am. I was trying to decide between Alonso and Kemp, so I took Alonso for 0, and Kemp is -1.
And I took Matt Kemp. I still have faith in Matt Kemp, though.
Oh, yeah, we got to.
Hey, Mark, how big's that lead now?
Hey, don't worry about it.
Hey, I can't see. You're so far behind.
You know, it's a long season, Chris Button.
Yeah, we're a long season. We got like a third left.
Well, you know what? That's just wait.
I'm putting my money
comeback.
on Budden. I'm putting my money on her.
I have never seen Mark Grant without a snappy comeback. Until Chris Button just shut him down.
Joaquin Benoit comes in to work the 8th inning for the Padres. Franco, Howard, and Brown to bat. 2 of those have homered, Howard and Brown, as has Cody Ashe.
Well, whether the Padres have the lead or it is tied, here's your 8th inning guy, Joaquin Benoit. And what a great year he's been having. Those numbers just outstanding for the veteran right-hander.
Padres used the shift on Michael Franco, who was flied center fairly deep. Good play made by Amarista, and then he's flied deep to left. Right to the wall the last time up.
Chase percentage. Breaking ball out of the zone, swung on and missed. Percentage for oh boy, I tell you what, I am struggling here in the 8th.
Hey, it's I think the road trip is still lingering, huh?
2 tongue twisters that have got me. I almost said Joaquin Wenba.
Just a little low on the changeup. So full count to Franco.
I'm rattled because of the point standings, and I'm losing ground on Chris Budden.
Hey, it's a long season. Relax.
Three-two slider right there from Joaquin.
So both starters will watch this game decided by the bullpen. Shields went 6 2/3, gave up 3 runs, 6 hits. Aaron Nola went a full 6, 3 runs, 6 hits.
Change up. He could throw it right down the middle. It'll probably be effective because he's got such great movement.
And he walked him. Leadoff walk, a dangerous start, as the Phillies have the tiebreaker aboard on the free ticket.
Well, as we promised earlier in the ballgame, folks, we have selected the Data Strong Fan photo of the game. How do you do it? Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag SD Data Strong Fan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Yeah, Ken, getting excited at Ken Pack.
Yeah, he's fired up. I like it. Ryan Howard with a 426-foot bomb to right center the last time up. He's lined to right and grounded to second. Out in front of the changeup. The home run was Howard's 353rd career shot. Only one man has hit more in Philadelphia history, and that man is
Mike Schmidt.
You got it. Or as my high school English teacher Nora Johnson would say, you have it, not you got it. There it is. Schmidt, 548 for the Hall of Fame third baseman.
And that's a guy, Mike Schmidt, who was booed in Philadelphia many times. Tough crowd, Philly.
Shift on, only Hammer East on the left side of the infield. Solarte moves over to the second base side. And 1-2. Arizona with a shutout win, 2-0 over Cincinnati tonight. The Dodgers lose, the Giants lose. Arizona and Colorado have won. Arizona a game ahead of the Padres in the NL West at the start. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Howard. Got him with the changeup. 1 away. That'll bring up Dominic Brown.
The go-to, the off-speed secondary pitch and changeup. Look at the ball just drop off the table there. And that's one pitch this evening that Ryan Howard has having trouble with.
A reminder that our game is presented in HD by Sony 4K. Pop up left side, Solarte. 2 away.
Hey, Dick, can I ask you permission on something?
Sure. What is it?
Can I take a 20-second timeout so I can regroup?
Take it. Well, just you put your hands on your hips. You know, that's like in roller derby. You stop the jam.
20-second timeout
20
over
second.
here.
Okay.
I need to regroup.
Yeah.
Just I'm having a bad inning. It happens.
You want me to toss you, or are you going to stay in the game? One more word out of you, you're out of here. Those 3 home runs kind of shaking up the entire pitching staff. Here's Freddie Galvis, a single and 3 at bats. Padres have out hit Philadelphia 8-7, but they lost a big run with Solarte thrown out at the plate and a single by Upton, last of the 7th. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Joaquin telling himself there's kind of pushing that last changeup with that hand movement, pushing the ball rather than staying on top and throwing it just like his fastball. When he does that, we see it off the table like we saw earlier in the inning.
One and 2 with a 94-mile-an-hour heater.
Yeah, he can get it 95, 96 for Benoit. Sneaky fast.
The eldest, one of a handful of Venezuelans on this Philadelphia roster. One and 2 in the dirt.
Well, let's see what he's going to throw here. Oh, the changeup.
Got him. Fastball. Couple of strikeouts for Benoit. Padres in the bottom of the 8th will have Jerko, Norris, and Melvin Upton scheduled. The game tied up at 3. By Mercury Insurance. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com. See how much you could save. By Petco. What we feed them matters. And by Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. No phony sales, just pure value. Underway in a hurry here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Jerko, a strikeout, a single, and hit by a pitch the last time. Softly hit behind second, and Utley takes charge. As both Galvis and Utley didn't have a lot of time to make that decision that was coming down. It wasn't hit very high. Let's go down to Chris.
Well, Dick, the Padres bullpen has a new friend joining them out there. Little frog statue. They were carrying it out. Brandon Maurer was their last homestand. I was like, what is that? He's like, oh, we've got a couple of frogs out there. Apparently Craig Kimbrell has a thing for frogs. So watches over, keeps track of their pitch count, makes sure that the peppers are growing okay.
Is it wearing a life preserver? It looks like one of those old-fashioned life preservers that, you know, as a kid when you went out on the rowboat, you had to wear one. Craig.
Getting ready to work in the 9th inning.
I think that is so funny. Hey, it doesn't take a lot for me to laugh or be amused. I think that's hilarious.
Derek Norris, a couple of hits tonight. One drove in a run, the first run of the game.
Boy, Garcia, a heavy two-seam fastball at 95.
RBI single to right. Gave the Padres a 1-0 lead in the second. He lined out to second base in the fourth. Sharp single to left in the 6th. Two balls and a strike. Padres got a run in the second, 2 on the 2-run triple by Justin Upton in the third, but then the solo homers started. Dominic Brown and Ryan Howard and Cody Ashe to tie up the game. All solo shots off James Shields. 3-1 now. Garcia working on Norris of the Padres. Melvin Upton on deck.
We can see the stuff of Garcia and why he's been so effective. Each of his last 8 appearances have been scoreless. It's over 7 innings. Just 4 base runners in that time. He's got good stuff.
Gave up a double and a single the last inning. A late call strike from Estabrook, 3-2. The fact that catcher Rupp did not receive the ball cleanly made the call of Estabrook look like it should have been ball 4.
Well, check his glove. It might have a frog in it with a tennis racket. Couldn't catch it cleanly.
It's across the knees. That was a strike. That wasn't, and a leadoff walk for Norris. Or 1-out walk, rather. That takes us to our Fan Diego fan of the game.
Oh.
She's going over the hitters. The manifestation of what a double play and triple play mean. And now if you take the left hand and give it to the right, that's a sign I like to give my husband. Go out and do some shopping, and I'm going to go to the dance. You go work. And wow. And the thing is, it's being understood.
And of course, the woman you're talking about on the left is your lovely wife, Barbara.
Yeah.
Taking in a big league ball game on your special night.
Oh, she's going to be mad at her husband tomorrow when she starts getting the phone calls.
She'll get over it.
Yeah. It's a long season.
Yeah.
She's a good egg, though.
Yeah, of course.
Melvin Upton, runner at first.
I'd like to see Melvin Upton Jr. send an egg over the left center field wall right about now.
Like that. Scramble this game up a little bit. Brett Wallace is on deck. Pitcher spot due next. That was a home run swing, but he couldn't find the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Brett Wallace with a huge home run in Milwaukee 2 games ago. Going to the fastball again, 95.
Well, before this ball game, 46 2/3 innings pitched for Garcia. 4 home runs given up by the right-hander.
Norris with 1 out at first. In the dirt. Good block by Rupp. Interesting name, the catcher, Cameron Rupp. 2 basketball arenas.
Adolph Rupp Arena in Kentucky. Is that Kentucky?
Yeah, Lexington. And Cameron at the Stooks Arena.
Really? That's a nice little nugget there.
Just thought of that. So Cameron Rupp comes out, Duke, Kentucky. Full count now to Melvin. Time called by Melvin Upton just as Garcia was going to deliver. Elvis Roja. With Brett Wallace in the on deck circle, manager McCannon wants to have a left-hander ready. Three and two again.
Hey, nice catch there, left-hander. And he wants to give it to a kid. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Makes it look easy. You think he's going to keep the ball away. Let's see if Melvin Upton Jr. can take it to right center field.
Another foul out of play. Just got a note from Carol Carlisle, who is the woman my wife was teaching the finer points of the game. And she said she understood absolutely everything she said and is so excited she's coming back tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she wants to see the induction of Templeton and Santiago in the San Diego Hall of Fame.
Very nice.
They're very content right now. Watch out. We got our eyes on you. Another foul. I hope they brought their gloves. Some of those land in that nice suite, that's the owner's suite. They took very good care of us tonight. Well, Upton making Garcia work. See if he can pick one out that he can drive. Another 3-2 pitch. Boy, that last one was right there.
Yeah.
Every foul almost in the same place.
Just can't get on top of that fastball. The last two pitches catching a lot of the plate and elevated.
I wonder how he acts on Christmas morning. A little old baseball gets you that wild. Good on you. Let's hope that 51 goes to Cooperstown next year.
Yeah. There are a lot of strikes thrown this at bat.
10th pitch of the at bat. And he chases what would have been ball four. Two away. Second strikeout for Garcia.
It's such a hard breaking ball that has been peppered fastballs, particularly the last two pitches. Fastballs following the back. That one looks like it's going to be a fastball out of the hand. And then the late break gets Melvin Upton Jr. trying to protect there, but way out of the strike zone for the strikeout.
So with two outs, Brett Wallace is introduced into the game, and that brings manager McCannon out to the mound, and he'll counter with the left-hander Elvis Arrojo. Game tied, 3-3. Pitching change here in the 8th. And the Padres have the pinch hitter Wallace waiting to hit. broken bats and broken hearts.
Hey, it wasn't a simple journey, but from Goddard, Kansas to the big leagues. Talking about Derek Norris, and he tells us his story on Spotlight. Derek Norris, Monday after Padres Live, right here on Fox Sports San Diego.
So here's another young rookie arm, 24-year-old Elvis Araujo, facing left-handed pinch hitter Brett Wallace, and throws him a curveball strike.
Boy, they like him big in the Philly organization. All 6'6", 215 of them. 32nd game for the fastball, slider, changeup lefty.
Another product from Venezuela. That one sailing down into Souvenir corner. And quickly ahead on the count. Araujo. Wallace making his 22nd pinch hit appearance. He's 6 for 21. Including that home run in Milwaukee. Padres have only 3 pinch home runs all season. Will Venable with 1 and Jed Jerko with 1.
You know that hit thing we were talking about, Milwaukee, soft, medium, and hard?
Right.
Well, according to Brett Wallace, the people are doing this. They had to develop another one called crushed. So they're soft, medium, hard, and crushed. The one Wallace hit in Milwaukee was under the crushed category.
You can almost put all 3 of Phillies home runs tonight into that crushed category. They're all over 400. In fact, the shortest was 415 feet.
You think Araujo's doing well the last 16 at bats? 0 for. That means the Padre hitters are due.
Wallace 2-2. This man is powerfully constructed. He has legs on him like a football guard, one of those big old offensive guards that pull out and lead the run around the corner. Off the fist foul. Two and two, 2 outs. Norris still at first base. They're tied at 3. Timed that slow curveball, but clipped it back on the screen. Araujo debuting as a major leaguer this year. And a pop up on the left side. Galvis makes the catch, and the inning is over. We go to the 9th inning at Petco, still all even. Craig Kimbrell comes in. He's been unused for a long time. The last time he was in the game was in Miami last Saturday when he saved the 5-3 victory over the Marlins. He's well rested.
Yeah, since it's a tie ball game, top of the ninth, the save is out the window. The Padres can win in walk-off style, so enter the right-hander. Well, the numbers have been coming down, and he has been on quite a tear as far as getting quick outs. And hey, come on now, it's time to wake up. We got an exciting ball game going on here.
Yeah, she's just going to save herself until the bottom of the ninth. Kimbrell will face the lower third of the Philadelphia order. They're his last 3 outings, allowing just 1 hit, 1 earned run.
Yeah, that home run blown save in Miami July 31st. That one hurt, but hey, he's put together some streaks where blow a save here and next 20 or 25 in a row.
And the Padres did go on and win that game in Miami. But it was Ashe's home run that tied it in the 7th inning. He also has walked and struck out. 0 for 4 in previous meetings against the flame-throwing righty. 97. A ball and a strike. Rupp on deck, the catcher. And we'll see a pinch hitter to follow. Breaking ball. Yep, caught looking. He knew it. One out to Cameron Rupp.
It's the breaking ball, and even the left-handed hitters, it locks them up. Man. Oh, you talk about a power pitcher getting out in front. All that energy up from the legs to the upper part of the body, the arm, the catapult effect, and look at him just getting through that ball, leaving everything in every pitch.
Cesar Hernandez is in the on-deck circle. He's had a good season. But with Utley back in the lineup, Hernandez sits tonight. But he has filled in admirably for Utley. Strike 2. On the black, outside corner. There's that curveball, and tried to check his swing, put out 2-3. 2 strikeouts for Kimbrell. And here's Hernandez. Switch hitter, infielder, hitting .283.
So tough to lay off.
.99 hits for Hernandez. Be interesting now that Utley's back. How will he fit into the whole infield alignment for Philadelphia? Gomez and Giles warming up for Philadelphia.
Hernandez is ranked 3rd in the National League in bunt hits. With that said, Solarte at third base even with the bag. It might not be a bad idea with 2 outs and Craig Kimbrell out there. Maybe bunt for a base hit. Good on-base percentage of .357 for Hernandez. And Dick, he's another guy who can play at second base, he can play at shortstop, third base. Good guy to have all the way around the infield.
Three and 0. He's 25, Hernandez. So this Philadelphia ball club, they've unloaded a lot of veterans. They're going with the youth. It looks like they got some nice young players. The automatic 3-1. You want to keep Hernandez off the bases. He has 16 steals. And the walk with 2 outs. And you can bet he's going to pick his spot and try to pilfer second.
Oh, yeah.
Leadoff hitter Utley steps up. Utley singled his last time. 1 for 4 as he returns from the disabled list. Missed 37 games. And has just 1 hit in his previous 8 tries against Greg Kimball. Product of Long Beach High School and UCLA, Utley. Son of a lawyer, Dad David, and also his influence as a growing young lad in this game of baseball. Things bright in the Utley household when he finally gave up skateboarding. That sounded fast. 96. Hernandez with a good lead. 1-1.
You know, time goes by way too quickly because I remember when Chase Utley was first called up to the big leagues in 2003, his manager for the Phillies was now bench coach Larry Boa. And going down and asking Larry Boa about a scouting report. Hey, tell me about this kid Utley you got. And of course, he told him went to UCLA, told about all the tools. But my goodness, Dick, how time just flies.
Yeah. He's had a tremendous career. There he goes. And it's fouled away.
And in Utley fashion, good bat control, good command of the strike zone. A nice, easy swing, fouling that one off, trying to go to the opposite field.
Came into the season with a .285 career average and nearly 1,600 base hits.
That man on the right, next to Pete Buchanan, Larry Boa, one of the smartest baseball men that I've ever met. That guy knows the game.
And out of the old tough customer school. Popped up. Foul territory, cruises Solarte. And we go to the bottom of the ninth inning, and it'll be Jan Solarte with a couple of hits to start things. He's got a single and a double tonight. With Kemp and Upton to follow, it's tied at 3. Padres on the board first as Derek Norris singled in Justin Upton. Then Upton with a fly ball driven to right off the glove of Brown, who crashes hard into the wall, and 2 runs scored. It's 3-0. But back came the Phillies on the home run ball. Dominic Brown first, then Ryan Howard. And tying the game in the 7th inning, Cody Ashe. All of them well struck, 415 feet or farther. So the 3-0 lead erased on the long ball. Here's the 4th pitcher used tonight for Philadelphia, Genmar Gomez.
47th game for the right-hander. Fastball, slider, changeup. Not really that overpowering. He really has to rely on working down in the zone. Average is about 91. Flips a sinker up there.
Hernandez stays in the game for Utley at second base. On the road trip in the 9th inning, Alexi Amarista with a 2-run home run. That tied the game at 2. But the Padres unable to hold on and lost in the bottom of the 9th inning. That was his 3rd homer of the season. Solarte and Kemp to follow. Gomez is 27 years of age, from Caracas, Venezuela. Well, they almost could put a team, the 25-man roster of Venezuelan products. Originally signed with the Indians. Won a job through spring training. He was a minor league candidate. Good sinker ball. Yeah. And that produces ground balls. And there's one of them. Went out here in the 9th.
Well, dating back to last year, May 22nd until now, Genmar Gomez has only given up 1 home run in 91, now 91 and 2/3 innings pitched. That's working the sinker ball, Professor.
Well, that's somebody you want in your bullpen. Solarte, a couple of hits and 2 fly balls to center. Single and double for Solarte. Thrown out at the plate, not even close on a single by Upton that would have broken the 3-3 tie in the 7th inning. Even though he didn't get a hit in Milwaukee yesterday. His 11-game hitting streak ending.
That was the game ender right there. 90-mile-an-hour fastball, middle, elevated just a little bit, and he took that swing that he wanted to enter it.
Fly ball left center field, and it's Herrera's second out.
Well, everybody loves the home run, especially in the bottom of the 9th with the score tied, and Solarte takes ball 1 on the fastball. Here's another fastball that he wanted to end it. Gomez, another fastball. Extended out and away, got under it for the pop-up.
Matt Kemp 0 for 3 with a walk, a couple of strikeouts. With Justin Upton, who has been the hitting star tonight, on deck. He's reached base safely all 4 at bats. Single, triple, walk, and hit by a pitch. Shift on. Right side open. Hint, hint, hint. 6 career walk-off homers.
Oh, are you on a number 7 in front of that, Professor?
Why not? You wouldn't mind that. Pick the stick. That's your guy. It's not difficult to find Matt Kemp's jersey in the laundry. He uses that pine tar, and he always leaves a trace on that left shoulder. Strike two. Fans are on. Plate umpire Estabrook.
Yeah, when the manager takes off his hat and starts barking, yeah, you know things aren't right.
Estabrook has already thrown out Bob McClure, the pitching coach, for arguing for Philadelphia. 1-2. Talk about doubles defense. Look at the outfielders. Ashe's almost on the warning track in left field. That's about as deep as you can get without and still be on the grass. Two and two. Farther back, and he'd need to have a ticket in his pocket. Get an usher on that man.
I'm sure he's hearing it from some of the fans out there. Talking about that pine tar he's got on the left shoulder, also underneath the right armpit, because you just saw him. He put that bat underneath his right arm as he adjusted his batting gloves. So on the left shoulder, on the follow through from the pine tar, and then under the right armpit when he adjusts his batting gloves in between pitches.
Oh, he does have a lot of that pine tar just glistening in the lights. Another foul.
I'm just glad Billy Martin's not managing the Philadelphia Phillies, because he would have say something about that pine tar being too high on the bat, which is a bogus rule, by the way.
Lined in the right center field, but they're playing deep, and racing into the gap to make the catch is Herrera. Padres go in order, and we go to extra innings.
And the sinker baller is going heavy on the two-seamers. In, out. There's the slider. Trying to get him soft out on that front foot. Then he goes back to the old number one. It's tough to elevate that two-seamer. The guy's gone 91-plus innings keeping the ball in the ballpark. Matt Kemp gets one up, gets extended, tries to go the opposite way, but Herrera playing doubles defense had a long way to go for that one. Good defensive play by the Phillies and a nice approach by Matt Kemp trying to take him the other way.
31,334 treated to bonus panels tonight. We go to the 10th and Brandon Maurer to pitch for the Padres.
On for his 52nd game. A lot of work out of the bullpen for Brandon Maurer. Nice splits. Righties hit 264 with lefties, owning lefties at 152.
Odubel Herrera leading it off. A single and 4 trips. Padres have had good success in extra innings. They're 7-3. Swing and a miss. 0-2. A changeup from Maurer. Extra innings. The bullpen, obviously, they have to do the work, and the Padres have the 3rd best ERA in the major leagues.
That's a beautiful thing right there.
.94 on the fastball for Maurer. Two and 2.
Well, he takes a healthy hack. We saw the hack of Franco. Herrera also coming out of his shoes.
Phillies are 5-5 in extra innings. Right, 3 swinging. 97 from Maurer. That'll bring up Michael Franco.
You talk about a pitcher pounding the strike zone. It's Brandon Maurer, and we just saw that very, very late on the fastball.
Shift on. 3 on the left side. Franco 0 for 3 with a walk, but he's hit the ball hard. The 3 outs. Take strike 1. Two and 1. Padres in the bottom of this 10th inning will have Upton, Alonso, and Jerko. Through the season and winning 7 out of 10 extra inning games. As a 2-hopper to Amarista and across for the out. It seems that the 11th inning has been the charm for the Padres for whatever reason. They've won a lot of their games in the 11th inning.
Hey, it's like on the come out. 7-11 winner. Right?
Yeah. I like it. I like the way you gesture. You got a good throw there.
Yeah. I like tossing the dice once in a while.
Yeah, it's fun. Until they got that big stick and they go out and take all your chips and put it into that hole. And wait, what happened? Ryan Howard, he homered earlier. There is no doubt about this one. Shields didn't even have to look. And you get a man that strong making full contact.
He tried to backdoor the slider on that pitch.
426 feet away it landed. This one hit well to left field, but Upton has just enough room. And the inning comes to an end. 1, 2, 3 go the Phillies. Here come the Padres. Home runs by Brown, Howard, and Ashe tying it up. And here in the 10th, Upton, Alonso, Jerko, the middle three in the batting order. Against Jenmar Gomez. Retired the side in order in the 9th, Gomez. And here has been the man they cannot keep off base, as Upton has been hit by a pitch, stole a base and scored. Tripled in two, walked and singled. Well, you saw in the replay of the stuff from Gomez how much he throws that sinker. I mean, it just is devastating. Good hitter in overtime, Upton. Chopped to third. That's a tough play. Franco on the run.
Oh, no.
Gets him. That's a terrific play by the young third baseman.
Spectacular play by Franco. Playing back, respecting the power of Justin Upton. You've got a sinker ball pitcher out there. You know, if you get one up on the inner half, chances are you're going to get a hot smash. But he, in one swift move, bare hand, and look at the accuracy. And Ryan Howard over there, we mentioned it earlier. Watch how he catches with two hands over there. He doesn't really stride. He can have a much longer stride if he would just go out there with one hand rather than two hands.
So one out to Yonder Alonso. He's not been able to get the ball out of the infield. 4 straight ground outs, make it 5. 3-1 on that put out. And 2 away quickly here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Jed Jerko, 1 for 3, a single, and he's been hit by a pitch. Well, every hitter in the bottom half of the inning represents the winning run. Outfield again, extremely deep, protecting against the 2-base hit. It's really good action on the pitches of Gomez.
That's why if you can harness that control on the outside part to righties, bring it back.
SLB, in case you're wondering, is for Sarah L. Buck. She passed away, one of the owners of the Phillies. One ball, one strike. Pretty good pitch.
Yes, it was.
Two and one. It's that sinker having the effect. Chops it foul.
You know, you talk to Marcotte, the hitting coach for the Padres, and Alonzo Powell, and the one thing they always say about a sinker ball, you've got to force him to get him up. You got to get him up, and if you get that pitchers, Mark, go to Hackett.
But if he doesn't elevate his pitches, then you got to think more about hitting the ball up the middle or to the right side rather than trying to pull it. Off the glove, but fielded by the second baseman Hernandez for the 1-4-3 putout. 3 ground ball outs, and the Padres gone in the 10th.
Mark Grant visits his old friend Matt Vasgersian on MLB Central.
You look like an absolute monster back there. Thanks.
What in the Jim Backus is going on there?
Good reference.
Yeah, lots of fun after the game. This is the magical inning for the Padres, the 11th, as Sean Kelly comes in to pitch. The 6th used by manager Murphy. Fly ball to deep center field. Upton got a good break on that one. Chases it down. It was hit well by Dominic Brown.
And as a pitcher, you love one pitch, one out, especially in bonus panels. And there you see the numbers. 36th game for the right-hander Sean Kelly. He's another guy like Mauer who he's very aggressive in the zone, goes right after the hitters.
Freddie Galvis, the shortstop, a single in 4 trips, struck out twice. Bottom half of the inning, Padres have the lower third scheduled. Norris, Upton, and the pitcher's spot. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
You know, we talk about first pitch strikes all the time. How about 75% for Sean Kelly? Highest first pitch strike percentage by a reliever this season. That's in the major leagues, yo.
So you better get ready to swing. Back toward us.
And this is where you want to be as a pitcher. 1 and 2, not 2 and 1. We talk about it all the time. Winning the 1-1 battle. He's won that 1-1 battle. Now 1 and 2. Now let's see if he can put him away.
Yes. Ball in the dirt. Galvis gone. 2 away to Cody Ashe.
I smell a chase percentage point going towards the way of Sean Kelly on that strikeout. So let's go back to the first pitch. High fastball, ball 1. Okay, this one's got to be a strike. Breaking ball. Breaking ball. Oh, he likes it so much. It's another breaking ball, down and in, out of the zone. Chase percentage for the strikeout.
Padre pitching logging 13 strikeouts tonight. Strike 1 to Ashe. Walk, struck out. He hit a 415-foot homer to right field that tied it in the 7th, and then struck out in the 9th. Kelly jumps in front, 2 strikes. Well out in front. Wouldn't bite on the breaking ball.
That's exactly where he wanted it, though, Dick. Good call. That breaking book bat by the back foot of Ashe.
You know, this date in history, we've already shared some of the things with you. August 7th is a very important date for baseball. 1985. Baseball had been on a long strike, and the commissioner then, Peter Ueberroth, announced that play would be resumed the following day on August 8th. 85. And at that time, I was working for NBC Sports, and they were going to pair me with Joe Morgan on one team, and Bob Costas and Bob Uecker would be the other team. And of course the season didn't begin, so that all failed, and We all went different directions. Yeah. Always regretted not having a chance to work with little Joe. Ground ball right side. Jerko right there to gobble it up, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kelly. Here it is, the 11th inning. Will they do it again tonight? Tied it on 3 solo homers. And here in the 11th, the new pitcher, Hector Neris, comes in for Philadelphia. 26-year-old from the Dominican Republic.
Hey, not bad numbers as far as strikeouts are concerned in the short time, this being the 11th game. 16 strikeouts in 13 2/3. Walks 6, maybe a little erratic at times, but the splits, righties are having their way with 303 with a couple of long balls off of Hector Neris.
Another rookie arm of Philadelphia bullpen. He did come up for just 1 game last year, and this season doing a reasonable job.
Mid-90s fastball. It's a 4-seamer. Be pretty straight, along with a slider and a splitter for his off-speed pitch.
16 strikeouts in those 13 2/3, but the point is well taken. 2 home runs, that's a lot for just 13 innings of pitching. Norris 2 for 3 with a walk. Drove in the first run of the game for the Padres in the 2nd inning with a single to right. Then he lined out to second baseman Utley, singled sharply to left, and walked.
And since we were talking about the home run career for Derek Norris, 2 career walk-off home runs. His last one was June 28th against Arizona.
Takes it high. Change in left field. Our old buddy Jeff Van Coor out there in left. He's had a nice season for Philadelphia. That's a strike, so that'll be part of the double switch. Put Francoeur in the 9th spot in the batting order. Crowds him 2-1. Two and two. Well, this is the late game around the major leagues, going extra innings. And first to 3, quite a battle. 3 and 3 the score. Number 3 at the plate, and he strikes out. Melvin Upton, 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts, a fly out, and a foul out. We get the batting order now. Hernandez stays in the game, so he's in the 9th spot of the batting order. Insert Francoeur. As that ball is hit high and deep to left, but it is hooking in the corner, foul. Oh, just by the sound alone, he got it all.
Out in front of it and under it just a little bit too much. Working underneath it and out front just a little bit too much. Good swing though by Melvin Upton Jr.
That ball ripped to left and foul. Oh, he's had a couple of good swings. Straighten one of those out, put it in fair territory. Yes, off the plate, 1 and 2. That's in there, strike 3. So 3 straight times that Melvin Upton has struck out, as Norris has taken care of Norris and Upton on strikeouts. Well, it's a nice pitch.
Yeah, keeping the ball away, especially after those 2 down the left field line, giving him a right center field.
Alex Dickerson just called up with Will Venable on paternity leave. Dickerson made his major league debut in Milwaukee yesterday. Got into the game as a pinch hitter, flied out. Hit 10 home runs at El Paso. Local lad, Poway High School, 2-0. Consummate good taste, went to Indiana University for his collegiate play. Led them to the Big Ten championship. From the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. And there's his first major league hit. Welcome to the big leagues, Alex Dickerson. A winning run aboard with 2 outs here in the 11th.
Not a baby kid.
Well, he'll go home with a souvenir. Let's see if they do the old switcheroo here. Yeah. I don't think he even saw it. He is glowing inside.
There's a proud Titan right there. Poway Titan. Alex Dickerson. It's worth another look. He will gladly sacrifice that bat. He went down and got it. Snapped that bat. Base knock to right field.
Brings up Amarista. 1 for 5 in the game. Padres now with 9 hits, 2 for Solarte, 2 Upton, and 2 for Derek Norris. Pitch in the dirt, 0-2.
Well, the outfield playing deep. And the ball to the gap, little big swing. If he can get something in one of those gaps, like over here, maybe. Oh, I'm having a rough night. Watch Alex Dickerson run. Crack of the bat, 2 outs.
The other advantage here with the outfield so deep, a little blooper could fall in, and then Solarte would have another chance. But a ground ball to short, and Galvis will fire across. And we go to the 12th inning. All knotted at 3.
Moment for the Poway native Alex Dickerson.
Pride of Poway, and that was a really good moment. Playing his first home game, he gets the pinch hit, comes up with a line drive to right field. That's a nice approach, and congratulations. He's officially a big leaguer now with that big league hit.
Very classy way the Phillies would take the ball, flip it over to the dugout for him, and then the old switcheroo. This has never been tried before. You got to be wise to those reindeer games in the clubhouse and the dugout. Yes, sirree. Alex Dickerson. Don't worry, they got it for you. He was emotional before the game. He was telling Chris Budden, too, how wonderful it feels to get this opportunity. So good job for Alex Dickerson. Congratulations to him. Wait, Dick and Mark, when we see on Padres Live the morning show, we'll have traffic and weather together for you, as well as everything that happened around the league.
Yeah, that'll be great. Who's your weatherman tomorrow?
You know what? We might ask you to do us the honor, since you're getting all the publicity and the love today, Hall of Famer.
Listen, I think I went to bed by about 4 innings ago. Here we are, the 12th inning. Nothing like a long road trip, no sleep.
Oh, that's why we love this game.
Go to the doctor's office, and then you get bonus panels.
Yeah, I love free baseball.
Well, Kevin Quackenbush got roughed up yesterday at Milwaukee. Gave up a 3-run homer to Chris Davis in his 1 inning of work. Hopes to right that ship as Rupp fouls it back. 2-1. Hernandez will hit in the 9th spot, and then Francoeur will bat 3rd in the inning. These are the games that wreak havoc on the bullpen. Padres' 7th pitcher, Quackenbush.
Philly fan, Philly fanatic fan.
You like that Philly fanatic. He usually comes up and gives you a little kiss and a hug.
Yeah, big fan. Big fan.
I miss the San Diego Chicken, don't you?
What's that, Dick?
The San Diego Chicken. I miss him.
Yeah, I do too. We need to get Ted out here to the ball game. Rally the troops.
That ball drilled high and deep to center field, and it's another Philadelphia home run. Cameron Rupp hits his third. Quackenbush last pitch was a 3-run homer in Milwaukee, and he delivers a home run here in the 12th. 4-3 Philadelphia.
Three and two, and it looks like Rupp got the fastball right on the sweet spot. No vibration whatsoever on that bat, and the sound of it, he got it. Hey, 3-2 extra innings, and you're going to try to have him work his way on, hit his way on, and it was a fastball, just didn't locate it that well.
Another 400-foot-plus home run for the Phils. All 4 of them have been crushed. Hernandez entered the game as a pinch hitter, walked in the 9th inning. It's only the 3rd home run given up by Quackenbush, but they've come in back-to-back games. Well, the announcement on the length of the home run, 417. So all 4 home runs tonight by Philadelphia have been 415 feet or further. 415, 416, 417, and the longest of the lot, Ryan Howard, set 426. Two-two pitch. The bottom of the 12th inning, then, looking ahead, will be Solarte, Kemp, and Upton scheduled for the Padres, and it looks as if we'll be seeing Ken Giles on the mound for Philadelphia. Full count. He went 3-2 to Rupp. Game now passing the 4-hour mark. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 away. I saw a little note this day in baseball history. Back in 1956, the largest minor league crowd in history saw a game in the Orange Bowl, an International League game between Miami and Columbus. Drew 57,000 people.
Well, I wonder why they had it there at the Orange Bowl.
Well, maybe that was the home park of the Miami team then. And the reason why it was such a big crowd, a 50-year-old pitcher was on the mound.
You know what? I read that in the paper this morning. Can I guess? It was Satchel Paige,
yeah,
right?
Satchel Paige. What a draw he was. At 50, could still
make it sink.
Get hitters out. Ted Williams said he never could quite figure him out because just about the time you did, he'd come from a different angle on you. Francoeur, one of those players picked up by the Phillies. And he's hit very well. 276, 10 home runs. Recreating his career.
You know, the game of baseball needs more Jeff Francoeurs. We had him as a Padre briefly. Good egg. Personality. Plays hard. Plays with a passion. All around good guy.
And he hit Gets that one not deep enough. Upton should be able to collect it, and does. For the second out, we'll bring up Herrera, 1 for 5. Well, other news in baseball tonight. Clayton Kershaw's scoreless inning streak ends at 37. Leadoff hitter for Pittsburgh, Gregory Polanco, homered. And the Pirates in extra innings eventually won that game 5-4. Trades. Mike Napoli and Cash to Texas for a player to be named later. Atlanta trades Chris Johnson to Cleveland, and the Braves get Nick Swisher and Michael Bourne. One and one. The Philly faithful waiting here in the 12th. They have a lead at 4-3. Again, going back to the opening of our telecast tonight, here's a team with the worst record in baseball most of the year, and yet since the All-Star break are 13-5. These young guys are playing well.
The earlier starters weren't going deep into the game. Now starters are going 7 innings or more. Although tonight Aaron Nola went 6 quality innings. Get some timely hitting, especially with runners in scoring position. We documented that as well for the Phillies.
3 balls and a strike to Herrera. 2 outs, bases empty. Leadoff homer by Cameron Rupp. High fly to deep right center field, and Upton to the path to make the catch. So 4-3, the deficit. Giles coming in to pitch, and the Padres have Solarte, Kemp, and Upton trying to rally for a win. Tonight in extra innings, and son-in-law of manager Murphy, Pedro Alvarez, with the bases loaded, gets the winning run. Walk off for the Pirates, 5-4. A new pitcher for the Phillies is Ken Giles. As he warms up, here are some other major league storylines. Jose Bautista, 2 for 4, game-winning solo homer in the 10th as the Blue Jays continue to win, beat the Yankees 2-1. Mets won their 7th in a row. They haven't lost since the Padres won in that rain torrential on the 3-run homer by Upton. They now lead the Nationals by 2.5. And Sonny Gray, one of the better pitchers in all of baseball. He's only 25, his 3rd complete game of the season. beats the Astros 3-1. Rupp, the fourth Phillies home run, all with the bases empty. And Philadelphia, for the first time in the game here in the 12th inning, has the lead, and Ken Giles will try to close the door on the Padres. They'll have to face their best hitters. Solardi leads it off.
Well, I remember seeing this kid last year in Philadelphia making his debut. This kid can bring it. 2-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, get up to 101. High 90s consistently, but 101. He's got a live arm. And since he's assumed the closer's role, each of his 3 save opportunities, he has done just that. So 3 for 3 since Jonathan Papelbon has exited Philly.
He was a long shot draft pick, 7th round. That means over 200 players have been picked before the Phils took him. High cheese there at 94. Line drive right to Galvis. Boy, that Solarte gives you good at bats. Just couldn't get it wide of the leaning stab by Galvis at short.
That ball was smoked. And with the left-handed Solarte, this ball kind of slices a little bit. Galvis goes to his left, so it kind of comes towards him, but still a nice diving play by the Philly shortstop.
At Kemp, 0 for 4, struck out a couple of times and walked. Kemp and Upton, who follows, now share the RBI lead on the team with 59. Kemp with 11 homers. And a base hit to right field, just cleared the leaping try of Howard. Padres have the tying run aboard, and Upton with one swing could win it.
Well, these are the horses you want coming up. And once again, Matt Campbell gladly sacrificed this bat. Snappage at the handle, a base hit to right field. That's got a nice sound to it, especially when you're standing on first base.
The 10th hit of the night for the Padres. But with the exception of Upton's triple and a double by Solarte, all are singles, while the Phillies have hit 4 home runs. Went around, Mark says.
Oh, yeah, I thought he went.
Yeah. Upton hit by a pitch, scored, tripled in 2. That made it 3-0 back in the 3rd, but the Padre bats quiet since. He's walked, singled, and good play made at 3rd on a swinging bunt by Franco. Wild wave there. 0-2. He was guessing fastball. Giles inheriting that closing role, looking for his 4th save. Alonso would be next. In that rainstorm in New York, a delay of over 2 hours, he comes out and pounds it into the right center field bullpen. A 3-run homer against Familia, and the Padres went on to win that game 8-7, the most dramatic victory of the entire season, considering the conditions for San Diego. Swing and a miss, and the Padres are down to their final out. 99 on that fastball.
Ball up and away, just working underneath it. Tough to catch up to that 99.
Well, Yonder Alonso's had an interesting night. 5 times up, and all 5 times he has grounded the ball to the right side of the infield. Broken bat, that's going to fall. Kemp will hold at second. And the Padres have the tying run at second, the winning run at first on a broken bat single for Yonder Alonso. The 11th hit of the night for San Diego. Chad Jerko will be the hitter. Another broken bat, but enough behind it to drop it in front of right fielder Brown, who is playing deep. And McCannon going to the mound.
You know, I'm not an expert at lip reading, but I could swear Pete McCannon said something about fastballs away, keep the ball away.
So the Padres trying to rally with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th inning. A couple of broken bat singles. Kemp and Alonso aboard for Jerko. Jed, a single, was hit by a pitch. He's 1 for 4 in the game.
Slider away, slider down.
Well, it's been a season of torment for the Padres in terms of getting those big hits, opportunities to be the hero. Well, here's another. Let's see if Jerko can deliver. Kemp ready to roll with 2 outs. He'll be racing on anything. Carrying the tying run. Alonso would be the winning run. Strike 2.
That's a nasty slider right there, right on the block.
Philly fans in the crowd of 31,334. Padres trying to answer back. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. 12 innings. And the Phillies continue their winning ways. The Padres drop their 4th in a row. The final 4-3.